There you go. All right, we are going to call the morning work session of the Klickitat County Board of County Commissioners to order, and we are going to begin with Public Works. Gentlemen.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We have one item on your consent agenda, number 3, and it's a final acceptance and release of retainage for the courthouse asbestos abatement that we did here this year. On the construction program side, still waiting on our report for Roosevelt Grade Road paving. Guardrail starts on the 26th. Our guardrail specific project to repair damaged guardrail in the county, and the stripers actually came back and started yesterday. I saw them drive by when I came to work this morning, so they're out there phase 2, finishing up all of our chip seal work that we did. Klickitat Path, county crews paved it yesterday, last week, and they're working on the concrete as well. I've already got a couple of calls from people complimenting us and saying how nice it looked.
Yes.
Yeah, somebody wanted to hire the contractor that did that. And I'm like, well, that was our county crews, so they did a really great job paving out there. Let's see, Courtney Road, they started paving this week on the lower section. And then they're still working on shaping ditches, and we talked about briefly additional material, a need for other material. And so we have some options because we have to keep going. They ran out of material, and other than shaping the ditches, but it's not enough. There's like 7,000 to 8,000 yards of material. So if you look at the picture on top, you can kind of see there's like a pile of rocks in the foreground of that first picture. That's about where from there around the corner, there's about a 7-foot thick wedge of material that needs to be placed in there to complete that. And that's what we're short through that big, huge fill. So you kind of get an idea of this fill. The fills out here are massive. Let's see, on the second, flip that one over, the second side, you can see the off-road truck and the relative size of it compared to that fill. So
And that's looking up from that picture on the front
yeah,
side.
basically I just turned around from that spot and shot up the hill. So so I'll let Jeff talk about the options that we came up with for material.
Okay, there's a couple options you have. I come up with 3 different options, talking to the contractor and whatnot. You can use the contractor's quarry, which is a ways down the road. And that option's about $365,000. This is, now remember, this isn't because we didn't, I don't know how much Gordy got into it last time. The reason we're short of material is we had less hard rock X than we anticipated, which is actually good because you don't want it to go the other way. When you're estimating it, it's still a crapshoot. So you take what you have when you're estimating it, where you've actually found rock, you expand what you think the length of that rock is and the quantity, and it wasn't as big as we anticipated. The other way you don't want to do, because then it's a lot more money. So there's a big savings on this. So inevitably it's still a savings. So the pit run from there, another option is we get material we have in Bingen. We have material in Bingen, and that's about $320,000. The third option is, and this is more of an unknown option, is to take it from a different location. The problem with that, though, is there is no location within the project limits to do that. If you go outside the project limits, you end up now, you re-trigger SEPA, archaeological survey, and everything else, which means you do not finish the project this year. The dirt piece of this, because you're at SEPA, at least, we took off today, you're at least 2 to 3 weeks out even before you file SEPA, because you got to get an archaeologist out there to whatever site you go to.
What about Randy Knowles? I mean, we put 5,000 or 6,000 yards from our Courtney Road project in there. Can we go back and dig that back up? And that's just fill.
You're right, and I looked at that, and And you cannot, because you're gonna dig outside of those limits. And even though it's fill, you still have to have an archaeologist say that it's fill material. And since it's not,
We have an archaeologist that said it was fill material because from the previous contract, that's where we put it.
no, but you're excavating, that's the problem. When you excavate, we still have to redo our SEPA because it's outside of within our limits of where we're disturbing. That's the biggest problem. And when we do that, DHAP is going to say, where's your archaeological survey for this area? And we could say it's fill, but they're still going to want an archaeologist to go out, look at it, do the research and make sure, because why we put 6,000 to 7,000 yards in a fill material, we're going to take out more than that. So we're going to be into soil that we haven't disturbed. So that's the biggest problem. And the savings is not that tremendous because now you're paying for the contractor to X out the material and bank it, reclaim the area. And without the cost of talking to Randy and seeing how much he wants for it, or anybody else, again, I don't want to just throw his name out, there's other options. But we're still around $250,000.
To haul it that much.
To dig it, to haul it, reclaim it, reseed it, and everything else. And put in all the BMPs and everything else, because now you have a new disturbed area. Doesn't include, like I said, I didn't include the SEPA and all that. Or the other thing is if we winter the project over, especially with open soil, I don't recommend that up in that area. We've done that before and there's a cost to that. My recommendation is the quickest thing is we take the material out of the known source in Bingen. It's contract prices we already have for it. It's not a negotiated thing. And they'll just put the material in and they keep moving forward.
And it's all, is it dirt or is it rock?
It's rock. It's much stabler. And if we do end up with rain, it'll stay in place.
Yeah, it's ballast.
It's ballast.
So it's more rocky than dirt.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's our challenge now, because Dean's already told us that, if we go somewhere else, open up a new site, just for him, he's gonna add 20 days, which is a month. And a month this time of year, now we're pushing November before we start putting crushed rock on top of that.
So if we come out of our quarry or his, we're still within the working days of the contract.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll start tomorrow.
Yeah. They'll start hauling tomorrow. And
So what's the difference, bottom line, between what we saved in RockX and what the additional cost would be? Because is there still a net saving?
there's still a net savings.
Happy Meal,
I think we were like
We were for something.
430 or 450 with the RockX savings, and so we're
320.
320.
Yeah. So but we did have the fuel, but that was with.
That's it, yeah.
That's still within the contingency.
Yeah. Yeah, I think time is really the critical piece
Yes.
here at this time of
You
year.
don't want to win
No.
that over. We'll spend $100,000 in
Right.
reloading and fixing things.
Yeah.
Because we will have problems.
Yes. And we won't open the road,
Right.
which is not what we.
Rioters, I'm not sure what that's worth.
Right.
So we're looking
Oil's
at-
so expensive right now, the boiling oil thing. Hard feathers are still cheap.
So that's out of our quarry in
Yes.
Bingen?
Yes.
And did we have anything else for that we'd planned on doing, or is it just sitting there?
It's just, the ballast is just sitting. We have to crush there anyway. So, and we're reaping a good price for it. That's why it comes in. I mean, the haul is closer than out of Hewsum. That's the biggest thing, but the prices are pretty comparable for what we would get from the other quarry. Just because, remember, we crushed back there. The project's seeing the prices we got when we crushed in
15, 14.
14, I think, so.
Like I said, we're gonna have to
So that-
recrush to make up our stockpile,
Yes.
Those prices are not gonna be seen on this project.
No.
and they Probably should be seen on this project, because that's what's causing it.
So that 320 is just James Dean's price, like the rock
That's including the cost of the rock. That's everything.
so the 365 out of James Dean's pit is including the cost of the rock and everything.
And then placing it, hauling it and everything. The 320 is the same thing. It's the cost for Dean to haul it, load it, place it, and the cost of the rock.
So you're paying us the 320 because it's our rock, right?
Well, we're getting a portion of that, yes. We don't get all of it because he has to still place it and haul it.
Right, but of the 320.
You're
what
getting about half of it, yes.
half of that is coming back to the county.
Yes, exactly. Half of
Crush
it's
more rock.
to crush more rock,
This year,
yes.
yeah, or next year.
Yes, that is correct. So yes, not only,
What's the, as Mr. Christopher said, it's gonna get replaced with more expensive rock. And so I guess the question would be the delta between the 320 and the 360, so $45,000. Is the replacement rock for the quantity gonna cost more than $45,000? If it does, it's actually cheaper to use Dean's rock
Well-
than it is to have ours and pull it out of stores that we're gonna have to replace with more expensive material.
But
yes
this is
and
just-
no.
This is just your
Yeah.
spalls though, right? This isn't your crushed.
No, this is
rock.
crushed ballast, but when we crush, the reason we need to crush, there's a couple reasons. One, we don't have rock in any other place but here in the far reaches of Bickleton. So at the two ends of the county is the only place we have rock. When we crush rock, people always say, well, why didn't you buy it? Well, one, there's a lot of reasons, but the biggest reason is the two byproducts we get, which is sand and our chip seal rock. We'd buy that on the open market, it's 25 to 30 bucks a ton. We get it for, last time we did it, I think it was $6. So let's say inflation, maybe it's 10 now. But to make that, you need to have a certain amount of ballast and a certain amount of base course because they pull it out of there as a byproduct. So we would still need to have the ballast anyway. We would crush ballast. Originally, that rock was crushed for these projects.
Yeah.
That was the reason that rock, that big pile of rock's been sitting. It was crushed for this project.
So we're using the rock that we'd planned on for this project. And we're gonna take the 160,000 and crush more rock, so we've got
Correct.
rock for the next
Yeah.
project.
Yes.
That makes the most sense
Yes.
Yeah.
versus buying somebody else's.
Somebody else.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And hauling it further.
And hauling it further.
Yes. The contractor actually would prefer to use our stuff because it's closer.
Yeah.
They could turn it quicker, and we're using there we use a scale too, but it's just quicker. He can get it done faster, and he wants to be done.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I mean, if it's coming out of our quarry for the rock that we crushed for the project. What do you think?
What it is.
That was very committal of you.
He doesn't like this project anyway.
All right, courthouse parking lots. We're meeting tomorrow with our in-house guys, our carpenters, to do the concrete work and our maintenance crew to do all the paving and the rest of the base material and where Annex 3 and 5 used to sit. So we're gonna do that tomorrow, schedule that work, so we'll complete that here in the next 6 weeks, hopefully the next 4 weeks. That'll be the plan. Rock Creek Bridge, Sundale Road, and the federal safety projects, we're working on the design on those projects to get them ready for next year. On the maintenance side, county crews are grading, spot graveling, and patching in Goldendale heading east. And on the west side, they're working on the Klickitat Trail. They have concrete work this week, and they'll be wrapping that up hopefully this week. So it's.
That's why you concrete, right?
We got her.
You got it, yeah. Thank you for not.
It took us 2 or 3 weeks to get it though.
God, it's just driving me crazy. It's like, I don't know what the weather is gonna be like 2 weeks from now.
Right, yeah.
Roll the dice.
We talked about on the facility side, our building parking lots, nothing new on blinds or HVAC. We're working on solutions for the 2 areas. Pioneer Center HVAC, no change. The work should start the 1st of October. And then I think Rick said that the new units for the courthouse were scheduled to arrive to the vendor in October.
Yeah.
So we haven't heard different, so that's what
No.
we're hoping for. And hopefully it'll be soon enough that they can actually get them in this year.
Yes, that's
I
what
don't know.
that's what we're still counting on.
Radio site,
Radio site, they're moving right along on the shelter. They should be done in a week or 2. We actually have the specs finally and the plans for the tower, so we're reviewing this week. We're gonna get them back to them, and the idea is to go out to bid very shortly. And that will take care of the biggest piece left.
follow-up issues, Middle Road. So the Lund Hill solar people should finish grading tomorrow. If we don't get moisture, it probably won't be long and it'll be washboarded again, at least in that section. And speed limit signs went up yesterday, so that the restriction went into effect yesterday. And so the sheriff can now enforce that. So, but everybody's been notified, so shouldn't be, if they do exceed the speed limit, it won't be because they didn't know. And that's it.
We most generally always know.
Yes.
Just my own experience. Honestly,
That's it for our items.
Any questions?
No, have we had any contact with the sheriff about this? I mean, was there any interaction with him? He's gonna be in for a briefing a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
later.
Yeah.
So he's aware as far as the
Yeah.
change and stuff.
Yeah, we talked about it after the prosecutor brought it up, that it was a possibility, and then I called and asked if they would enforce it if it took effect, and they said, yeah, sheriff's been very supportive
Okay.
of our efforts.
We can follow up with him today.
Yeah.
Again, it'd be nice to have an emphasis for a week or 2. And
Yeah.
so we really need it.
Yeah.
You're taking-
Yep.
Okay. Any other questions? No? All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Unless, let me know if you cancel one of your concrete loads, so.
Okay. You can slide in, maybe.
Oh, we're also working with the Bear Paw request on
Oh,
Loop
yes.
Road, so we're
Yeah.
working with those folks.
Bear paws.
Yeah, so painting bear paws as they approach the school.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
It's been a long time since I've seen those.
Yeah.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yep, thank you.
All right, next up, we have our Public Health Director, Ms. Quinn. Good morning.
With nothing but good news.
Oh, yes. I'm a ray of sunshine this morning, mostly due to the high octane coffee they made me.
That's where the good stuff is in the building?
I can't confirm or deny that.
Okay.
Once I get mine, maybe. As long as I get mine first. So you have the numbers in your packet, so there's, just to look over those. As far as the COVID case goes, this is probably the last time I'm gonna put the numbers in this. There's a lot of changes with the COVID, with the end of the emergency orders. Currently, they estimate only about 26 cases are actually being reported through the regular channels, so people that have actually gone into a hospital or a clinic setting and got a test. So even though the numbers are low, considering about 26% of that, so likely we will discontinue reporting that out even on our website after the 31st of October, because that's just kind of when the states downgrading their response, I guess is the best way to put that. We're starting to give boosters downstairs. We were only getting the Moderna bivalent. I think they had 34 people on the schedule for boosters today. It's for 18 and older. We're not getting the Pfizer this time, so people that need Pfizer can go to Hood River Health Department or KVH. With the COVID,
People need Pfizer, they can cross.
they can, yeah, absolutely. But if you're committed to your one brand, there are opportunities, just not with us, to get that. But yes, if you've had Pfizer, you can get the Moderna booster. With the state of emergency ending on October 31st, I think the biggest impact to us really is going to be how we've used volunteers. We are looking at, we're going to have to reevaluate who we use based on licensing, because there were some special rules about who we used during the state of emergency that will no longer be available to us. And so we'll have a conversation with those people and work with them to either get their licensing back or get them medical assistant licenses so they can continue to support us if we feel that's something we need to do. So we are required to do an after action report for COVID. That's part of the state public health emergency preparedness work. Most other counties have contracted that out. So someone will come in and do the bulk of the work of looking and interviewing for 3 years, what went well and what didn't go well. We do have the money for that. And so we're working on professional services contract. We'll use the same people that Ben Franklin used. We work with them pretty closely for the public health emergency preparedness work. So they've recommended the group that they used, and we will likely use the same. So that may come across your desk. As far as monkeypox goes, we still have not had any confirmed cases in the county. Currently, the health department is the depot for the antiviral medication, the TPOXX. We have it in-house, so any case that is identified and confirmed, we'll check out the antivirals to the healthcare provider that's treating them. It's a emergency use authorization, so there's a lot that goes into how that's dispensed. So we hold all of that, and then we'll dispense that as needed to any providers for a positive case. We do have the monkeypox vaccine, and we gave 6 vaccines in August, and I think there's a handful more on our schedule that are coming up, so we have that. We did have our vaccine audit yesterday for the vaccine program, so they came in and went through all of our refrigerators and made sure everything, I haven't gotten the final report yet, but I was told it went great, so that was great. And then we did coordinate rabies vaccine. The clinical staff did for 6 children that were exposed to rabies, so that's the largest rabies exposure we've seen in the county, so that was a big deal. There was a lot of lessons learned about that.
Were they exposed?
At their school.
It did test positive.
It did not. They were unable to test the bat because of the way it was handled. So it was found dead, it was frozen, it was handled, it was refrozen, and then it was sent to the state, and it was found that the tissue wasn't adequate for testing, which is when the determination was to vaccinate, because we couldn't definitively say yes or no.
So they may have been exposed to rabies.
Potentially. I think it's a low risk, but rabies has got 100% fatality rate, so certainly that's not a risk to take.
How does that work? I mean, you can't notice symptoms and then treat?
Once you have the symptoms, it's too late. It's untreatable. I think there's documentation of less than 5 people in the world that have survived once they've exhibited symptoms. So even with a low risk exposure, we still recommend vaccination, just because that's just not a risk you want to take.
How long does the vaccine last?
We used to do titers every 2 years for the veterinary folks. So typically you would want to redo your vaccination. I've seen it decrease their levels within 2 years. I've seen people last up to 6. So.
Depends on how often you're handling rabies bats, I guess.
But you wouldn't do titer testing for someone that's not actively being exposed. Like, just the general public wouldn't go get a titer. So if you had a rabies series, you would be considered vaccinated unless you're having continual exposure. So if you're a veterinarian, you would probably get a titer. If you're our staff that's managing animal heads and bats that potentially have rabies, we would titer test them. But the general public, we don't. In the military, they don't. Once you have the series, you're complete. Clinical for environmental health, the numbers are there. I think we talked a little bit about what the numbers look like. We definitely are seeing less site evals in 2022, but these numbers are on track for what we saw in 2020. We still continue to feel 2021 was a little bit of an off year. So we're seeing pre-21 levels. I think they said they did, what was it? 16 total site evals this year. There was 12 in 2020. The permit counts, there was 15 this year, 40 last year, and 15 in 2020. And I know that the graph doesn't have the 2020 statistics on there. Our water lab, that we're not seeing really any changes from last year. For food safety, Leanne's been working with Skamania County, or starting to work with Skamania County to get their food program taken care of. Well, Nikki, our environmental health, that mostly covers Skamania County, is on maternity leave until January. In addition to the rabies exposures that we managed, there was 4 additional bat encounters that the environmental health team managed. Let's see, I think that's that. We did fill our nurse position starting September 6th, so our nurses are fully staffed again. As far as the health officer goes, so Dr. Person's last day was supposed to have been September 1st. She was offered a position with the state. They asked her to end her obligation with us with the contingency that they would cover once she left. So we asked them to cover us starting September 1st, and they declined. So she very graciously offered to cover another month till October 1st, just because she was told the state would cover us. I was told the state would cover us, and then they were unable to keep their commitment to do that. We did post the health officer position on the county website. That will go out to a couple other public health entities here in the next week or so. At some point, you all will have to interview the health officer, as they are a position that answers to the board. So, we are looking at it. So our WIC coordinator is retiring December 1st-ish, first week of December. One of our internal staff will be transitioning into that role. So as she transitions out of her role, which has been a fiscal role, we are going to look at contracting an insurance biller. We've never had an insurance biller in our office before. That's someone that's actually coded, billing and coding certified. And so we're going to look at contracting an individual that was highly recommended. So that contract is ready and should cross your desk in the next couple of weeks as well. Likely it's going to be a lot less expensive for me to utilize that service than it is to hire another staff. So we're going to try to fill that gap without filling that position. I'm not going to promise that's going to work, but we're going to try to do that as a stopgap. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it for public health. Questions about any of that? Oh, Facebook canceled our health department website account, however that works, because we were advertising COVID vaccines, just for the record.
What?
We had advertised our new COVID vaccines and they canceled our account. So, just a fun fact for the day. Yeah, I just was told that. I haven't figured all that out, but I thought that was a little interesting. Yeah.
Opposite of what I would have speculated.
Gotta watch out when those algorithms go a little wacky.
Otherwise, that's public health.
Oh, no way to get it back.
I don't know. I was just told that that happened this morning and I haven't looked into it yet.
Assuming somebody reported it and they locked it.
Yeah, you'd think they'd lock it before canceling. Are you peddling, illegal COVID vaccines?
I am not.
Rabies vaccines?
Rabies vaccine. Yeah.
There'd be another COVID outbreak because of the bat incident.
So we got monkeys, bats.
Yes.
Been an entertaining month, huh?
Always in public health. It's not boring ever.
Huh.
You want to talk about mental health now?
Ray of sunshine.
I'm trying.
Does it involve monkeys or bats?
It doesn't, it does not, yeah. Well, there might be a correlation there. So we have a couple of things to cover. Lifeline has agreed to continue their contract with the, doing the crisis triage until January 1st. So just wanting your direction. I don't see any reason why we would tell them no.
And did they say if they were interested in going after that? Or is that like, they're like, we can do it until January?
My sense was that they would do it until January 1st. I don't want to wear out my welcome, so I was just doing pieces at a time. So if we would like to continue, I'm going to say yes. They did offer us an opportunity to put the contract under our Beacon contract, which we don't have yet, or just leave them. I'd like to leave them under Beacon unless anybody feels otherwise, just because that's logistically easier. Because they just add money to the existing contract.
Right.
We don't have to get involved, which I'm a big fan of in that regard.
But it's not under Skamania? It's a
No, it's
separate
straight from Beacon, so
from-
Beacon is contracted with Lifeline.
Got it.
I'm assuming that's a yes. Okay, thank you. The behavioral health application is certainly been more time consuming, I think, than really we understood. I think it's mostly done. I know I have a piece I'm going to try to get done today. There probably should be some discussion on what will happen if our license is not granted November 6th and how we should manage that. Even if we do get our application, I'd like to explore having the staff as contract staff. That just gives us more time to get together the appropriate org chart approved by the commissioners, the job descriptions. I know that would help me, and I know that would help HR just do things correctly without scrambling to get things done. So I think that's one of the things I'd like you to consider, but also what if we don't get the behavioral health application? I do know there's some conversation about whether comprehensive is leaving. As of yesterday afternoon, I was assured by their leadership that they were not leaving, that there was a change in services, or a change in volume, not a change in services. I've actually asked for further clarification about what services they're continuing to offer in that timeline. So I know there's been a lot of conversation about them not being available, and that's not the information I was given by their leadership. So I don't know how that works.
So how are they going to provide services if they don't have anyone?
I can't answer it.
Depends on what services and we're gonna provide. I'm not sure.
Me too. Anyway, so the consultant actually has proposed two different staffing models. It's anywhere from 7.5 FTE to 13 FTE. I have those for you to look at. And then just some really serious conversations about what we want November 6th to look like, and what January 1st looks like, and what our other options are. No, I'm asking you all.
You say you're staring at me like I haven't got the
I-
answer for you.
I would love for you to have the answer for me. I would support that.
I mean, the direction we've given is that we need, to bring 3+ DCRs on by November to cover the service until January. I'm sorry, but when comprehensive says that they're going to continue providing service, I don't have much faith in that. I don't know if you gentlemen do, but I don't know how you have faith when you don't have anybody here. It sounds like we're gonna have to do the full boat, or we're gonna let it go. And if we let it go, then we'll just see everybody in the ER. I think there's a lot of potential benefits in bringing on at least, the 7. From what I understand, Beacon will be covering pretty much all the costs. We won't be spending county dollars.
See,
Yeah.
that's the glorified question is, are they, aren't they? What's the difference?
Well,
Is there a difference? Is there a difference between the 7 employees or 11 employees?
we also have, we had a meeting with Molina and they can bring dollars in. I mean, right now, there is a lot of money out there for public health. And Beacon is required to provide services here, and we're stepping up to the table, and I think they're gonna spend more money than they probably want to, but they have to provide services here.
I would say that's my worry is, yes, there's a lot of money for public health now, but is there in 2 or 3 years? And if we step up and make some Taj Mahal of services, and then we have to roll that back because the funding isn't there anymore, 2 years from now, whoever's sitting here is now the bad guy because they cut services. If you
We're gonna see the
start
same
out
thing.
with the more of the basic services and then they cut, you didn't have to roll back your county scope, and then you're not the bad guy later for having to roll it back on the funding dried up.
I mean, I think as long as the county isn't putting, it's kind of like public health. We're not putting any landfill dollars, anything into public health
This year.
this year. But public health is also well aware that when the funds dry up, like all soft money organizations, those positions go away. And I think you can start with the same expectation and understanding that if, they step away or the MMO step away, which they can't really do because they're required to provide services. It's the same thing, Beacon is required to provide services.
So what is the difference between the 7.5 and the 12.5?
Do you want
And
this?
obviously you get 5 employees, what are those 5 employees doing?
That's part of the other thing, because we have to, before we can get the contract from Beacon, they want our staffing model. Before we can get to the other health application, they want our organizational chart. And so what that looks like as well. One of the things that's not listed on the smaller one is a clinical supervisor. That's a requirement by the state. I am not qualified to be that clinical supervisor, so that would be a position that needs to be added to the, I think it's the 7.5 FTE one.
So the 7.5 would have to be 8.5.
Correct.
if we added that.
It doesn't have, the clinical supervisor doesn't have to be full-time, though, correct?
I don't know that. I would assume that they did, but I don't know the answer. They have to be available.
Right. I mean, I'm kind of in the favor of, I'm interested in sustainability too. I don't want to necessarily staff up and then staff down. And we can say, which we do with all, grant funded positions. We always, that's the conversation we have with the staff, but not with the community. The community, once you provide a service, because they don't know where the money's coming from, it is now an expectation. So I'd rather start a little smaller, and then, because I think inevitably funding is going to go down.
I agree.
So I would rather kind of pick the midpoint, something that we have at least a higher probability of, that we're just going to roll through and people don't get used to that extra level of service. So however we accomplish that is what, and I love that we're not having to put dollars in, at least at this point, because we don't have any, without reprioritizing something else that already has a constituency. Like I said, we can say, oh, well, we shifted the money because this, that they don't care. It's like, no, my thing is what is important, and you better keep funding that.
So, we said building the full meal deal would probably take 3 to 5 years. Is what we would
Yes,
say,
I
right?
still stand by that.
And so I guess the difference is going to be, so if we do the base, which is, 3 DCRs, then we'd have a SUDP, so substance abuse, which we need to have. And then the crisis case manager, where hopefully half of that time can come out of adult probation. So you're creating that connection between mental health and probation, because it's just in many places the same time. And then you've got some contract DCRs. Versus, if we have the psychiatric nurse and the psychiatrist, do I think that's needed in the community? Absolutely. If we don't provide it, who will? Where are they gonna go to get their medications? It'd have to be the hospital or the ER, correct? And so you're not gonna be a one-stop shop. You're not gonna be able to do both. In terms of like child family therapists, I don't know if that's, I mean, the schools are doing a good job, I think, with,
Yeah, ESD 112, I think, has 6 therapists on staff this year to cover the schools, and they're trying to get some more in.
and so I don't know if we, truly need that. I don't want to, piggyback or double dip or start stealing from the schools, because you only have so many people.
I guess that's another question, is what is our expectation? Like, we can design an org chart with, and all these staffing positions, and then are we just gonna have a bunch of empty boxes that we can't actually find any humans to fill?
That's a potential.
So,
We have interest.
Oh, but Rob would like to
I think,
help me out.
Mr. Chairman, I've talked, there's a lot of risk involved. Our insurance company just has the general scope of coverage. I think we need to inform them we're gonna add a psychiatrist in that level of care. And, our insurance doesn't cover malpractice. We have to buy a separate.
Correct.
As an example. I think you were talking to Skamania County Commissioners, the liability is immense. I think the higher level you go, the more service you offer, risk grows. It may impact your insurance.
I mean, in the end, my preference would be is if they want to give us all the money to do it, we build the full meal deal and then we spin it off into its own agency. And hopefully, you have someone like Skamania County or, another small county that you can do more like a regional agency, because your DCRs, I mean, why do we need all these DCRs? And Skamania needs the same number of DCRs when the singular number of DCRs could probably do both. And so when I see, when you talk about, the funding cuts coming in the future, that's how I see that getting fixed. So you can provide the same level of service with fewer people, because a lot of it is just staffing for 24/7. Your DCR might go on 2 cases a week, but you've got full-time DCR staff there. Yes,
Can I interject for a minute on the DCRs? Because I'm pretty familiar with how many calls they do get. Oftentimes, there is a DCR with 2 or 3 at KVH at the same time as there's also 1 or 2 in crisis at Skyline. So it's very reasonable to believe that those DCRs are extremely busy, and I think you have to understand those numbers and really to make a fair judgment on. They're not getting 2 cases a week, or that's not how that works. They might some weeks, but not in this county.
so there's the DCR that provides, the service for inpatient involuntary treatment, okay? And then there's what we've been using the term DCR is that most of your crisis, like the crisis line, the crisis connections, those are what you'd see, that's doing the safety planning and everything else. You don't have to have a DCR for that.
Correct, but it's a DCR that's at the hospital. It's not usually a crisis planner. It is usually DCRs in our cases in Hvac County.
Because that's what we had. Back when we had them, we had DCRs that were doing therapy and everything else, the full meal deal, which is kind of the direction we're going to be going again.
Follow up to your point. In this state, can the county or counties create an entity? Set up an entity?
you can always do a COG, a council of governments. So there's, with the interlocal authority, you can basically contract, you can share across organizations, entities, and any right that any one of the entities have, you can actually transfer or I don't want to say contract, you can create a regional. It gets more complicated when it's by state, but within the state of Washington, yeah, if we want to, we do it all the time because it is more smaller counties. It makes sense that, because we don't have like that. Yeah, that would be great if Skamania and Klickitat went together, because yeah, we likely there's savings where you could have for those on-call folks. You could have, I don't know if you're going to do it for half, but you could, there would definitely be some savings because in the off time, you can, honestly, there's a reason they have, regional dispatching. There's anything that's a 24/7 operation. But to do it, then you have to give up some control because everybody wants to run their own show. Yeah, or not everybody, most everybody.
Not everyone.
Some people are happy to delegate.
Some empires are big enough.
I don't want to run any part of it. Yeah, I'm happy. I'm not an empire builder. I don't.
But this is, this is what, Northern Washington, North Central Washington's done, is they've got multiple counties all under the same umbrella.
Do they have taxing authority?
Then you'd have to create a
That's whole
district.
different.
Taxing is different.
Yeah.
So, there's only certain things that are authorized to tax.
What is your personal opinion on the different approaches?
Oh, no. It's not a good day if I have a personal opinion.
For your professional opinion.
That's a better question.
Yeah.
Let's stick with that one.
Yes, there you go.
I'm struggling with which one's the right answer, because I understand the need for services. Whether or not it's our job to provide those services was what I'm struggling with. I would love to see an entity that could come in and cover those. I think there's a lot of liability. I think there's a lot of financial risk. I have a lot of concerns with pushing this through quickly. I support mental health services. And I think one thing when we've been talking is we haven't been seeing a lot of numbers, right? So it's summer, everyone's outside. Typically that's when we're gonna see lower numbers, but we're moving into the fall and winter, and you can look at almost any behavioral health graph and we know that more numbers are coming, like it's gonna get busier. We're gonna need more staff. So where things have worked really well with some more minimal staff, that's not gonna maintain through the course of the fall and winter. That's just historical information, but I think if you're going to do that, it needs to be its own department. It's a lot of work to stand up a department. It's a lot of work to manage new staff in that sort of thing. So I think you need to consider what it's going to look like to have a director over that. That's not me. That's my own personal opinion. I think we've stood up some pretty incredible things. I think we've done good work in the last couple of months. I'm not sure if we're the right people to do the job moving forward. I think until January, that's kind of just our obligation. We need to do that. It's risky, and that concerns me.
How risky is it if we don't provide the services? Because we have nobody else jumping up, waving their hand saying, I want to do this.
I'm not sure we've asked either. So I think there could be some more energy into asking.
Who's there left to ask?
There are other entities, I think, within the state that might consider doing it. I don't think it's something we can't do. I think it's something that if we determine we're going to do, that we need to proceed very intentionally and cautiously to ensure that it's done correctly, and to ensure that the risk to the county is minimal. There's always going to be risk when you provide mental health services, that there's no way to get around the risk. But I think there's ways to minimize the risk we're getting into.
I was under the impression that with comprehensive leaving, there was no comprehensives to take over. You're saying there's other potential comprehensives out there in the world that might potentially take over, move in, and provide these services in our county.
I think it's worth asking.
I thought it was already asked and answered. But yeah, no, if it hasn't been asked and answered, that's step one that needs to be asked and answered. But to me anyway, I mean, if there's nobody around and we have to step up to provide a service, that's one thing. But if we're forming a new county department to turn something that I think should be private industry into more and bigger government, then I have a problem with that. So if there is entities out there that are competent, there's the kicker, and capable of providing the service, I want to entertain that. But just because they're available doesn't necessarily make them competent.
I won't disagree, but I would ask how would you want to vet that?
Well, that's the hard part, and it would have to be by people that know that organization, I guess I would say. We have personal experience here with past employees and people suffering from mental health and their families that have dealt with comprehensive for years. I think if you ask those people, you're going to get the same answer over and over and over again. And
Yes.
if we ask those people, you know, that's a different company in a different region, it shouldn't be too hard to find out whether the general public thinks they provide a good service or not.
I guess my problem is the time to ask other companies if they'd be interested. I thought we did that, and I thought the reason we're going down this path is because we overwhelmingly got the answer of no, we're not interested in coming out of Vancouver and all these other groups. That's why we have a behavioral health application put in. Going back to the drawing board and asking somebody to come in when we have until November to be providing the services and we're going to be hiring people, I think there's no way. I think from November till January, it's bare bones. We're hiring, we're trying to fill those positions. Hopefully in January, we could be providing substance abuse. We can providing the things. The only change I would make is your psychiatrist, that's usually a contracted position. They have their own business, they have their own insurance, they have all that. And I understand there's one or two potentially that are interested. If we have somebody that's interested in providing the job that's going to do a better job for the behavioral health system, and we have Beacon and the MMOs that are willing to pay for it, why would we not bring contractors on for a multitude of things? Why would we not bring that psychiatrist on? I mean, if somebody else is paying for it, that's one thing. If Beacon says we're no longer paying for any of these services, well, then the services are gone. We're not going to pay $190 an hour for a psychiatrist if it's not being covered by the insurance companies or Beacon, which is, I guess, still the insurance company.
And just to clarify, we asked if other entities were interested in providing DCR services. We did not ask if they were willing to provide the full package.
Do you have to set it up as a department first? Can't you, if there's another county partner out there to create this entity, can you just put the effort into that? Why would that take any more time than setting up our own department, which involves about half the offices and departments to set up a department? I mean, it's a lot of work either way. Do you have to set it up and then hand it off to somebody, or create that entity from the very beginning?
I'm worried that it is 9/20/2022 and we have a very short amount of time. And we've been running down this. If we wanted to create our own mental health agency, that's where we should have been going 2 months ago or 3 months ago. And then it comes down to, so you create your own agency. So now you have to add boards of directors. We're doing this with the bridge, trying to, create a brand new bi-state bridge authority agreement. When you have to have your bylaws, you have to have all those policies and procedures, everything in place. Building a department, I think, is much easier than creating an agency.
I agree. I mean, that doesn't mean long-term, there isn't some kind of by-county. But to start off that way, I think you're just opening a Pandora's box of negotiations and conflict.
And, you know, right now, we haven't asked the public, we haven't been doing public meetings and public hearings and everything, because we don't have the time and we don't have the bandwidth to do that. We're filling the hole, we're gonna fill the hole, we'll start providing services in January. If we bring on a manager or a department head, that's where they can go and then ask the community and then maybe roll that into an agency. Right now, we're just trying to we're providing the barest of minimum of services right now, and we're trying to fill the hole that somebody else has left, that
And
seems to
either-
be leaving.
Either way, Beacon's paying for now.
Correct. And Beacon is also working on standing up a behavioral health community council advisory board. They're taking the lead on that,
Statewide or locally?
local.
Oh,
Well, it's my opinion.
So has Beacon seen these numbers?
They have, it's actually,
They
yes,
helped put it together.
correct.
They're,
They're fine with it.
okay.
scares you how much how big those numbers are, right?
I mean, I don't see any, I guess I don't see a problem with, because I don't think you can't create the big thing
In January.
in, by January even. Is like, we're going to phase into this regardless of what path. If we're doing, it's gonna take time for the more abbreviated one. It's gonna take time to get that put together, set it up, hire the people, get going. It's gonna ramp in. So I guess I could support, you know, the larger one if they're willing to pay for it. Because all of these services are things that are necessary and we need in the community, whether it's our responsibility or not, I'm conflicted on.
That's, yes.
But I guess no harm, no foul if we're basically already paying for it. I mean, as taxpayers.
Correct.
Because Beacon is not pulling this money out of their goodwill. It's money they're already getting funded for.
From the state.
And it's from the state, so we've already paid for it, and I always felt like my job was, we can have a discussion about, is it a good policy or not to fund all this stuff? But when the decision's already been made, my job is to get every dime of that money back here, because we're paying for it already, so I guess I would support shooting towards the full meal deal that's the goal. It's an aspirational goal and we start setting that up. And I would keep looking at in some ways it's almost easier, like if we wanted to look at a regional thing down, it's actually in some ways easier to do that if you already have something that's up and running and you can say, hey, we're not making this from scratch. We already have it up and running. You've got this other thing. Can we put them together maybe? And I think that's easier because honestly, I see this taking at least a couple of years to get this thing fully functional
And so much of it's going to be opportunistic because you're talking about limited numbers of people.
right.
I mean, you can create all the holes and all the positions in your budget but if you don't have people to fill them, which is the problem amongst all these companies, I bet you Comprehensive would love to have 7 DCRs here. Problem is they're down 150 people. And if they're down 150 people and it's not just them, it's everyone, I mean, we're going to have to fight tooth and nail to keep people.
It's very competitive, you're gonna be recruiting against them. MCMC, the Mid-Columbia Health, I mean, there's a lot of mental health services
There is.
that Gorge pay a lot of money.
Well, that's why I don't, we talked about, we haven't really had a discussion with the public. I don't really necessarily see, I mean, it would be great, but the public is gonna say, well, yeah, this is what we want. They know what the need is. They don't really care who is providing it or how it's getting provided. And so, because I guarantee you, all of these things are all really important things that we need in the community, these services.
I would
So,
imagine if we did decide to go with the full package, one of the first things we're gonna be pushing to try to find is that director or manager to set up the
Right.
department, how she's shaking her head so
Yes.
fast.
It's honestly, it's unrealistic that I can do both jobs at this point. It's
It'll
It's
take
not
you a month
working.
A month, 4 to 8 weeks to fill that position, once you get it approved, once there's an org chart, once you all the processes are in place, it's gonna take you easily. We went this last weekend, didn't get any applications for any job. I'm hoping that trend doesn't continue, so.
Yeah, I'd say we do the full, shoot for the full thing and go that route, knowing that state funding, when the state funding ends, we have problems, and we already have problems budget-wise, but just nobody wants to see $1 removed from their budget for any reason whatsoever. This will be another one of those.
So one of them has designated crisis responders, and the full meal deal doesn't even say designated crisis responders on there. Is that what the adult therapist is? I'm looking at it. This one does not say designated crisis responders anywhere in there.
I did not catch that.
So,
And there's no clinical supervisor on either, I don't think.
no. So we've got some work to do to get back to this, but I guess we're changing directions then, saying we're gonna shoot for the full meal deal, knowing that we're gonna provide the minimum of services between now and January, and in January, I mean, we're gonna be trying to staff up for the full meal thing.
We're gonna do what
Or take whatever we can
we're
get.
capable of doing that the funding provides for us.
So the other
The
is,
highest level of service that we have funding provided,
And
and that we
employees to
can,
do.
and humans.
and so I guess the next big thing is, if we were doing and planning on the small thing, we can put them in one spot. If you're talking about 13 positions, where are we gonna put these people?
I mean, I think with this timeline, you're gonna need, like, there's gonna be some pretty big asks, and it's not gonna just be me asking you all to sign off on an org chart, right? There's gonna be a lot of other departments that are gonna have to help support this as well, especially, 3 months is a pretty short timeline.
You say it was gonna be 2 to 3 years to scale up, you just said 2 or 3 months, scale up to the full meal deal.
Well, I'm saying, to hire 13 people, it might take 2 or 3 years to find the people to fill all the positions. But
Right, create the chart as far as what.
But our bigger issue right now is that if we're saying yes, even to the small part, we have to put them somewhere. Where are we gonna put these people?
Well, if you're gonna authorize 13 positions, then you have to have a place that'll hold 13 positions. The old road department building, it's the only place you gotta build that big. Half of that's other options. But if you're gonna try and staff to 13, you gotta have a place to put them from the get-go.
Can behavioral health, can Beacon pay rent?
They,
Oh,
so
yeah.
when they
to the
put
road? So I
their,
see the overhead.
yeah, so they put the overhead in there, so that should, and I think there's a rental line on there, if I
Yep.
remember.
So they can rent the building. Us, AKA the road fund or the whoever, or us.
When's juvenile moving out of there over here, do you know that?
Are we charging juvenile?
Yeah, as far as the remodels going
No,
on
it's
now.
kind of a trade because we know public works will make a bigger lease payment than juvenile would.
Right.
Right, it's a wash,
Well,
or it should,
it's a wash on their side.
it's all our money.
Well, yeah.
Right, but one of them's an enterprise fund.
Yeah, what's it? Yes, but.
So if we need to go that route, I need an org chart like yesterday. So how do you want me to put, I mean, I know how to put one together. Can you all review that next Tuesday?
Well, I guess that kind of brings up the next thing. I understand the org chart that they're kind of got there, but I would imagine whatever manager, supervisor, whatever we hire, they
Gonna
want
want
to
their-
dabble in here and play with it
Oh, yeah, I
themselves.
mean,
Oh,
that's, it's a
Should be
draft
set up
org
and-
chart.
okay.
Yeah, but I have to submit that with
Submit
a lot of the
something.
documentation. I have to,
So I would say
Change, it takes 3 initials to change.
we
it.
need to get this in front of the state as soon as possible. My direction would be to have you and Rob come up with an org chart that will provide for the future, not, And maybe you can put phase 1, phase 2, and we can send that into the with the BHA application saying, this is our process for phasing up, knowing that, these are going to be the positions plus the other position. And then we send it all to them because, we put in for everything on our application. So that would be my idea. And what you come up with is what we're going to take and we get it to them later this week.
Can you sign off on it on Thursday? Can I come back on Thursday? No. You're not on Thursday? Okay, next Tuesday.
I mean, do
Can we
we,
just authorize the chair today to sign?
yeah, that's what I was going to say.
And we don't have to be.
Oh, that's up to you all. I don't.
I mean, we're not going to make changes when it comes in front of us. So if we say, yeah, we've reviewed the
I mean, if you need
preliminary.
it sooner than next Tuesday.
I mean, it'd be ideal.
So the original won't be tricky by then, because we're in the process of getting new software, so they have to be.
We don't need pretty. We're
We don't need
utilitarian
pretty,
around here.
That's right. The boxes.
Do you
If
see the
can get
three
a
of us
crayon
sitting
to
up here?
outboard.
There's no pretty.
I have 96 colors.
All right, we're set then.
Hey, do we need to make a motion to that effect?
Yeah, I think that'd be the best as far as to.
Commissioner Christopher, you okay with this?
Again, it's draft, again, it takes.
You're
it takes
committal
two-
today.
It takes two.
No, it's fine, because we can change it
We
the
can
week
change it as
after
a
if we
draft,
chose
yeah,
to, so
yeah.
it's irrelevant, it's not like
We
what
just
we're
have
doing is
something
set
to
in stone
submit.
if we
Right.
It's like close enough,
chose
it's
to
a
do it,
guess.
and we're on a time crunch, so yeah, I would authorize signature, so I have no problem with it.
Okay. So
Not well
Mr.
spoken.
So, Mr. Chairman, I will make a motion to authorize the creation and submission of the org chart for the new county behavioral health organization, I guess. And I guess authorize do you want to just authorize the chair's signature on the draft?
I would second that very lengthy motion.
Motion, second, and
Be
discussion.
Not lengthy enough. What else did I leave out?
She asked the question, is that department gonna have its own director or manager as a box? I mean, we have to get it as close as.
Yes.
Well,
And I would assume by next Tuesday, she's gonna have an ask here to fill that box.
I don't know if we can move that fast, but
Mm,
we'll try.
I mean, we already have a contractor in place that's pretty much acting as a lot of those pieces. Who is also, can fill that role as the, what
As an interim.
what is that called? The
Clinical supervisor.
clinical supervisor.
Mhm. We have that filled till January.
Yeah, I would just like
But
to
we have that filled till.
I would like to have that manager director on staff as soon as possible,
Yeah.
because what's gonna happen if they're hired on at the end is they're gonna come in and it's gonna be set up differently than they would have wanted. And they're gonna do some house cleaning to make it happen. So I would like for them to get in as early on the ground floor as possible.
I think the soonest we
To keep
keep
the
that to
headaches
you
at
for
bay.
approval would be a week from next Tuesday.
That's fine, that's fine.
I mean, I want the contract signed with Beacon before we start that hiring.
I think it would be worth our while to look at that contract and maybe discuss it before you all make that decision as well.
But right now, we need the BHA submitted to the state and get that. Otherwise, we can't provide services come November. I mean, that's number one. I don't care how many crayons you have to use.
I would again caution that I am very concerned about the November 6th deadline and the fact that we're working with the State Healthcare Authority and the Department of Health to get that application approved. And I'm just concerned that it might not be a reality that they have that approved by that timeline. Even though we've called in favors, there's a lot of bureaucracy that's happening.
State level?
Crazy.
Motion and a second and a lot of conversation.
That was discussion. We're still discussing. Are you done with discussing?
We're running ahead.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
I
Aye, it's kind of an important thing. We're creating a multi-million-dollar addition to the budget.
Yay.
You think somebody would want to come in and, like, you get to set up a new department?
As I
How
said, I
often does
think
that happen?
the director job is gonna have people applying, the other stuff, I don't know.
Make sure that director position also is that.
I just thought Rob would do it. Duties as assigned.
Oh, no. Now I'm in a lot of
Hey,
trouble.
you
I
might
was
wanna
like, I'm
run
not gonna do it.
before,
Rob will
while
do
you're,
it.
while you're ahead.
I just lost all my points.
I'm gonna need the service.
Yeah.
Run the service.
Run the service.
All right. Thank you, Director Quinn. Thank you, Rob. Next up, we have the Sheriff's Office. Good morning.
Good morning.
Sorry, we're running behind.
Just trying to fix all the problems, all the world's problems.
Expensive, geez. Thanks, sir.
Yeah, they make a lot of money. You look at those rates.
Yeah, no, I looked at the rates.
And you can go as fast as you want because we've already read it.
Then we'll speed through this.
Let's do it.
Number one, there were a total of 3,947 calls for service from January 1st, 2022 to September 19th, 2022. In addition to the calls for service, deputies served a total of 222 civil papers during the same time period. Number two, Deputy Adam Diamond is the new canine handler for Profi. We are working on getting Diamond and Profi through the Canine Academy with Code 4 Canine at an estimated cost of $6,500 plus lodging in November of this year. Number three, Sheriff's Office attended the Trout Lake Parade and Fair. The event was well attended and everyone appeared to be having a great time. Number four, the posse members were requested by the County Fair Board to assist them with the events at the County Fair. The County Fair was a great success and a large attendance. It appeared everyone was having a great time. Chief Civil Deputy Karen Elings did an outstanding job in representing the Sheriff's Office at the Sheriff's booth during the campaign. On September 3rd, 22, we attended the Bickleton Community Days car show. There was a good attendance and the people at the event, everyone appeared to be having a great time. Number six, the Sheriff's Office was part of the Huckleberry Festival on September 9th, 10th, and 11th. There was a great attendance of people at the festival, and again, Chief Civil Deputy Karen Emmons did an outstanding job representing the Sheriff's Office at the Sheriff's booth during the event. On Saturday, September 10th, the Sheriff's Office took part in the Huckleberry Festival parade in downtown Benton, and everyone had a great time. Number seven, Chief Jail Administrator Carmen Knobs will be giving an update to the board on her area of responsibility in managing jail operations and also reporting on patrol division activities. Number eight, Chief Civil Deputy Emmons will be giving an update to the board on her area of responsibility, managing the Sheriff's Office budget and her other administrative duties.
Good morning.
Good morning.
On September 17th, we received the resignation of Corporal Donnie Bellamy. Corporal Bellamy has been with KCSO since 2011, and he is a valuable member of the Corrections Division. He is pursuing his career goals and has accepted a position with Wasco County Probation. We will surely miss him, but support him in his new venture. While I knew that Donnie has looked at going to a probationary position, I really didn't want it to happen now. We were already understaffed, but he completed his degree this year and has worked really hard in order to meet his career goals. So we want to wish him well. They will be well served over there for Wasco County with him leaving over there. Corrections Deputy Emmett Vincent, he will attend the Corrections Academy with a start date of September 27th. He will follow that with an FTO program after his 10 weeks at the academy. We had a second corrections deputy that was also scheduled to attend the same academy. Unfortunately, he did not meet the requirements to further his employment, and he did not meet probationary requirements. So Chris Hamlick's last day was on September 7th. It's never easy to let an employee go, but it's also important to recognize when they're not meeting the minimum duties required. So it's a tough decision in an already short staff, but it was definitely the right one to do. Corporal Walter is currently at the end of his FMLA, and he will return to work on October 3rd. Corrections Deputy Ballesteros has given notice that he will be going on his FMLA beginning October 18th and possibly sooner if necessary, because we can't determine when babies want to join the world, so it could happen sooner. With the exit of Corporal Bellamy, Sedejas, and Hamlick, that leaves 3 openings to be filled. We're requesting an additional civil service test for lateral and entry-level positions. Those are now listed on the county's website. And currently Detective Neer is conducting a background investigation to fill one of those positions. We also requested through civil service to update our control board operator list. So that is, you'll find that also on the employment list. Sergeant Gillum and I will review the schedule and will fill the empty shifts with overtime, posse, and reserves. Their upcoming bid vacation schedule for the next 3 months. The open spot created by Vincent attending the academy and the FMLA that are currently on leave, along with the vacant positions, will be challenging to say the least. I'm pretty sure that I gave my sergeant additional gray hair when we announced that Corporal Bellamy had resigned. We have requested additional service, the civil service exams. So the control board operator, one reason we're doing that is the list for that expired in June. Those tests are only good for, following the test, that list is only good for 1 year. So we want to make sure we're current on all of those. Training on September 15th, Corporal Cooper taught a defensive tactics training for 3 of the corrections deputies. This is the first in a series of training conducted by Corporal Cooper, and he's also putting together a defensive tactics class for patrol, and he has conducted several defensive tactics classes for the reserves. He is certified through CJTC, and all of his trainings, before we're allowed to have a training, all of those are reviewed and approved by CJTC. On September 29th, we'll be hosting a fingerprinting class taught by Washington State Patrol. This does not cost the county anything to host this training. It is something offered by WSP. So right now, I know I have got at least 1 road sergeant interested in going to this training. It's important because these guys are the ones who are also lifting prints and possibly utilizing the system if they need to. So we're going to cover both electronic fingerprinting as well as going over rolled ink prints.
When do you, I'm just kind of curious, when do you use one versus the other, or?
Especially when it comes to employment fingerprints. So if employers require prints, oftentimes they send a card and then that's a rolled ink print. We're trying to get all the schools to go to an electronic version. It's actually cheaper that way, and it's a quick response.
More accurate.
Yes. So right now, White Salmon Valley School District does ink,
Right.
whereas Goldendale
Does
does
electronic.
electronic.
So it's really the agency's call.
And so there's a 6-week lag time when you do ink.
Right.
And I have usually a 24 to 48 hour return time on submitting it electronically.
Okay.
And we know quickly if those prints we submitted failed or not.
Right. Which isn't that
Correct.
I mean,
Because we do.
There's a failure rate with the ink ones.
Right.
Right, and so we do electronic ones for all of our concealed weapons permits. All of that process is all done electronically.
Sex offenders.
Sex offenders, all of that is done electronically.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. So the courts, they continue to just be busier and busier as summer has hit, there's been so many calls, I guess, that generate more criminals coming into the courtroom. So Superior and East and West, they provide us dockets on a daily basis. Continued, most days are dual docket days. Superior Court and East continuing to do that. It does get challenging, but we're managing. Without the posse, we would not be able to provide any courtroom security. They are instrumental in this, as they're there today. They're there all week this week. Fortunately, our trials this week were canceled in Superior Court, but they will resume next month. We've done regular just inmate transports this month to Yakima and Norcor so far. I anticipate we'll probably be doing one more. Medical and mental health, there have been several visits to KVH to meet the medical and needs of the inmates. We had one inmate who was taken to the emergency room 3 days in a row. We have utilized the posse and corrections deputies for these inmates who required secured transport. This morning I had an inmate who was scheduled for a medical visit, brought in a posse member because I didn't have any spare corrections staff to do that. Unfortunately, the inmate refused a medical visit, so that didn't happen, but at least we had that availability of a posse member to do that for us. We were asked to assist in transferring a person on a mental health hold. It was a civil hold that required transportation to a mental hospital that was more than 12 hours away. This person was not in custody. However, law enforcement has had numerous contacts with the person, and clearly assisting the transport was the right thing to do. It should be noted that we utilized a reserve deputy to drive the patient. We will not always be able to facilitate these arrangements, but we feel this transfer was in the best interest of the patient and the community in which they reside. I'd also like to note that the ER director, Erin, also went on that trip, and she was able to provide medical care if that was necessary on that trip. It was a very long day. They were gone nearly 13 hours on that day. I did not post a deputy at the hospital to stay with her. She was housed overnight, but because she was not in custody, that was not my responsibility. But we figured, I really did feel that getting this person to a hospital was really detrimental. It was going to prevent us from sending deputies to a residence 5 times for calls, because that's what would happen. We've dealt with her many times, so it's better to get them the help they need than sending a deputy out 5 times on something that we can't control. So we were lucky that this facility allowed us to come in a patrol car. Most facilities, their policy is they could only arrive by ambulance. Obviously, we don't own an ambulance. Unless we could put some stripes real quick on Nellie, maybe that would work, I don't know. So maybe that's an option. We had one crisis in the jail that resulted in an inmate being transferred to a facility that was about 3 hours away. The inmate has since returned from the facility and remains under the watchful eye of corrections. We had another crisis yesterday. Luckily, I have very watchful staff, and we have a camera system because that was what saved that person's life. That person remains in our crisis cell. There was communication through dispatch and through the new crisis line with that person. The inmate population is trending toward more complex and concerning medical cases that are requiring these multiple trips to the emergency room and follow-up appointments. It concerns me that the liability for these inmates is increasing. However, it is important that they remain in custody due to the nature of their charges. I believe that we will see some increased medical costs during the next 3 months that cannot be avoided. Currently, I have one housed in a DOC facility, and I will be working on another transfer today. It's in the best interest of somebody's medical. It reduces our liability when they have 24-hour care available. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank our behind-the-scenes employees who are also instrumental in our daily operations. This includes Susie Messaker, our criminal records specialist, and our 2 control board operators, Jennifer Miner and Danielle Goodman. Susie has worked for KCSO since May of 2001. She assists the jails in many ways, including processing all of the jail records, from filing to gathering documents for public records requests. She is also involved in the hiring process for appointments for polygraph and psychological evaluations. She's also responsible for all the bail money transactions to each court, along with processing all jail money received through the banker program used for commissary money that's taken at intake and bail money. Susie is also the expert in ordering our uniforms and duty gear for all of the divisions and is always looking for the best deals. We rely on Susie every day and are grateful to have her as a dedicated employee. She also works at the West End when she's asked to. So she has a very big role in the behind the scenes functions of the Sheriff's Office. Jennifer Miner joined KCSO in 2019 and Danielle joined KCSO in 2021. The role of the control board operator goes beyond just opening and closing doors. They're responsible for answering calls, processing court documents, picking up prescriptions for inmates, and filing both criminal and medical files. And they both do an outstanding job, and each day is filled with new challenges. The last few days, we've had control board challenges. Yesterday, the sound part of the control board stopped working, so we're working on getting that resolved today. So the jail's been extremely busy. Right now, we only have 18 inmates, but those are all high maintenance inmates. Each one has some need that seems to outshine the other. We have 2 that are awaiting transport to Eastern. We're just waiting on a bed date for that, so that will be another transport. I'm crossing my fingers that they both get beds at the same time so that we can just make one transport, because we're trying to be mindful of the cost of fuel. However, I don't see that will happen. So, do you have any questions on the jail?
Any questions?
Okay. So moving on to patrol, I'll read off the press release. On Thursday, September 15th, 2022, the Klickitat County Sheriff's Office responded to the area of Pump House Road in Goldendale, Washington. Sergeant Eric Anderson, Sergeant Fred Killian, Detective Tim Neer, and Deputy Adam Diamond arrested 30-year-old David J. Whitworth on an Oregon State Parole Board warrant for violating his parole. Following his arrest, the City of the Dalles Police Detectives and the Wasco County District Attorney provided the Klickitat County Sheriff's Office with an additional warrant for David J. Whitworth, who is suspected of shooting a male in the Dalles, Oregon on September 9th, 2022. The City of Goldendale Police Department and the Klickitat County Prosecutor's Office subsequently charged David J. Whitworth with local charges following a burglary within the city limits of Goldendale. That burglary occurred on August 30th, and the City of Goldendale had already arrested one suspect in that case, and that was Andrea Sampson. David J. Whitworth was booked into the Klickitat County Jail on the following charges. State of Oregon Board of Parole, he had a parole violation absconding on supervision for robbery 3 and firearms felon possession. It's a no bail warrant. Wasco County warrant, attempted murder, Class A felony, assault 1 with serious injury with weapon, Class A felony. Assault 2, weapon, Class B felony. Assault 2, weapon indifference, Class B felony. Unlawful use weapon with intent to use, Class C felony. Unlawful use weapon discharge, Class C felony. Felon possession of a firearm, Class C felony. That warrant is a $500,000 bail. The City of Goldendale and the Klickitat County Prosecutor's Office prosecutor filed information and charged Mr. Whitworth with residential burglary, Class B felony. The City of Goldendale also submitted for theft of a firearm, Class B felony, 5 counts that were not filed by the prosecutor's office. They also did not file on a theft second degree Class C felony that Goldendale booked him on. David J. Whitworth was seen in court on September 16th, and bail was set for $150,000 based on his charges in Klickitat County. So he currently is residing in our facility. He does have a very violent background. And right now, we'll see how things go with that. Klickitat County Sheriff's Office will continue working with the City of the Dalles and the City of Goldendale in each of these investigations. And then please contact the agency directly if you have any information on these cases.
In Washington, all he was charged with was residential burglary, and that's $150,000 bail.
Correct.
But then he has attempted murder, assault, and unlawful weapon in use, and that's only 500,000. Seems like the attempted burglary seems quite a bit lower than the rest of it.
Yeah, unfortunately,
But
we're
we,
not the judges that set bail, because I'd set it at no bail.
but we can be thankful. If that was Chicago or someplace, they'd be out already.
And I have to say that our sergeants and our deputies and everybody who was involved in taking Mr. Wentworth into custody, you know, there's always a potential for violence when you're taking in a subject who was known to be suspected to be in a shooter in a very violent situation that happened in the Dalles, and we took him into custody without incident. So I am thankful for that.
Is he from the Dalles or Goldendale?
He does not have any ties to Goldendale that I know of, other than he was with a local person in that residential burglary.
So whose prisoner is, as far as, who's
He's
paying
ours.
for it?
He's ours.
Okay.
He's held on local charges, so he's ours.
I would assume he would end up getting sentenced in Bolton and then be doing his local time, Washington time, and then have to get extradited to Oregon to do his Oregon time.
That's pretty typically what would happen is, yes, he would be, he'll go through the court process here. If he goes to trial or he pleads out and he's found guilty, he gets prison time. And then what happens is there's an interstate agreement between the states, and they loan him over. In other news, for patrol, from September 1st through this morning, there had been 601 calls to dispatch. Of those 601 calls, 279 were for Klickitat County Sheriff's Office.
We get back up on
Yes, yeah, this is just ones that are directly assigned. So, and those range from citizen assessments to threatening, 911 hangups, MBC's non-injury, MBC's injury, suicidals, a couple animal wildlife calls. I do know that there was a bear that was shot out of a tree in Bickleton the other day. He was in a guy's yard right next to a camp trailer that had people in it. We have had a number of psychiatric calls, suicide calls. One of our calls that started out as a welfare check, I believe, went to a psychiatric call. Juveniles causing problems, trespassing, failed to register. That would be a failed to register on a sex offender, and motor vehicle thefts. So we're getting quite a variety of calls.
domestic.
Domestics, they're keeping very busy. There was a domestic last night at 10 o'clock. So the patrol guys are really, really busy right now. They're also, running short. We're in the final phases of hiring a lateral. We have one more hurdle to jump on that, and then that person should be hired. I'm anticipating by having her on board by the middle of October, so that they can give their 2 weeks notice. So, guys have any questions?
No questions.
Good morning. Well, budget-wise, we are still holding our own and haven't had to come and ask you for money, knock on wood. You've reviewed our budgets and everything. Do you have any questions on those? I won't go into many details unless you have specific
On
questions.
next year's budget,
This year's.
this year's budget? I mean, you guys haven't come back asking for a supplemental like other people.
I will
So
be,
patrol, I noticed patrol, that, and you.
patrol's
you-
been
a
hit
little-
hard.
Yeah, I was curious what's going on.
Overtime,
Just overtime.
overtime. And then we had the body worn camera expenditure, which we had not planned on. So.
That was charged to the patrol
Yes,
division.
yeah.
Okay.
And so it will appear for the first time in budget in the 2023 budget. And then I'll be meeting with KVH to iron out some of the medical bills that Carmen keeps mentioning, because we are directing them to bill specific entities. So if it's not ours, we don't want to see the bills for a number of reasons, HIPAA being one of them. So, and so that's what I have on budget. Did you have a question about next year's budget?
With only 29% remaining, are you thinking you're gonna need a supplemental by the end?
I am maybe moving things up and down within is where we're looking. I'm pulling the budget in Kayenta on an every other day basis, looking as I enter data. And then I evaluate it by the bills that come in. And then I meet with Carmen and Bob and say, here's where we are as they sign off on things. That's kind of the methodology that we'll be using to the end of the year. So we'll know exactly before we even submit something what the effect will be. And so we're tightening our waistline, so to speak.
We will try not to ask for supplement.
That's the goal. And we are instituting as many department practice saving devices as possible, cutting down on printers that eat up a lot of LaserJet ink, that are color printers, that we've got our Canon copiers now that are color, that don't cost as much. So we're reducing use that way. We're also having Rob look at scan drive versus just direct to the Canon email, because I'm noticing some storage and that does cost according to IT. So we've got we're looking at that. So we're looking at all the little different mechanisms and what does this cost? And if it costs, I want to know why and how we can make it not cost. So we are trying to be as efficient as possible. And then just so that you're aware, you hear us talk about concealed pistol licenses a lot. So I tossed in just from January 1 to now, how many concealed pistol licenses we've issued. So 291 original and 288 renewals and 25 late fees. So those late fees, we get half of the late fee. So we're trying to encourage. So those community events that I attend, I am handing out more and more concealed pistol license applications and accepting more renewal at those community events. People can do those types of activities there with me because I don't have to do fingerprints. So trying to get out to the communities and take care of business that normally they would have to come into one of our offices. So make ourselves aware and handle their business at those community events. Speaking of handling the business, Sendejas and the code compliance, if he plans his posters and any educational activity for next year's events, he is more than welcome to put them in our tent. Plan it ahead of time it was very successful to have, especially at the fair, GPD had their information in our booth, and it was great to share and be able to talk to any of the citizens about any question law enforcement related, whether it was police or code compliance or sheriff's office related, anyone who had a question, we were able to answer their questions and be there for just any activity that they needed. At Hvac, I was able to have my booth right next door to the school district. So we had lots of conversations about getting them onto electronic fingerprints and being able to increase their waiting period or reduce their waiting period for their fingerprints. So it was a great opportunity to connect with them during Hvac. And I included this month's training as an attachment. I'm not going to read it to you because you guys can read it yourself, but it's a rural community crime prevention. And in all of the different divisions, I've asked the people, do you know that Klickitat County is a rural county? And it's amazing how many people are not aware that we are rural. And I know, especially on the west end. Yeah, it's amazing. Even on White Salmon, they're like, well, no, we're a city. And I'm like, so the basic education about what is rural, what is urban, what is a city, what is not a city, what is incorporated, and then how to protect their property. So that has been my mantra this last month, and how to protect your property. And so that's what I'm going to be pushing from now till Christmas, only because we have porch pirates, we have mail theft, and we're trying to get the message out to lock your stuff up. And then finally, I know you guys, what? I know you guys are really excited about this, but Motorola Solutions is here in our building. And we have the body worn cameras charging as we speak. And we are hooking them up to all three of our sergeants. And in their vehicles, they will be our test pilots. And once we perfect that phase and they know how to use all the intricacies, we'll be doing the train the trainer program with them. Then we have all the kinks worked out, then we'll move it out to all of the rest of the troops as we get all the vehicles hooked up. So
How long do you think that implementation is going to take?
probably the next month and a half. Yeah. So, well, no, Motorola, so Day Wireless will be responsible for rewiring the cars, but because we already have the Motorola WatchGuard system, we're not pulling all of the wires out and then rewiring. We're utilizing a lot of the same wiring. So it's, yeah. So, but we've done the 3 Tahoes that the sergeants drive right now. And we're learning the kinks. And then Curtis has been a rock star over in IT, and he's getting all of the redaction software and all everything set up so that everything will be moving smoothly. And the WatchGuard Motorola gentleman that's sitting in the office over there said that we have been doing a great job. This is the most organized he's walked into in a long time. So our county is doing well. So that's all I have. Any questions?
Doesn't look like it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Karen.
Have a great day.
Have a great day.
Oh,
Come
actually,
on.
before you leave, Mr. Sheriff, and I know Public Work, we changed the speed limits out on Middle
Yes.
Road and stuff, and so I had asked Gordy that, and they had consulted with you on that
Oh,
as far as.
absolutely.
Okay,
And Riggers is aware of it. So
okay,
we'll be working on it.
good, thank you.
Oh, Canine Castle. Public Works is working to retrieve the Canine Castle.
We did-
Gavin Marble.
from Gavin Marble's property.
Property and then it'll get.
Oh, I
moved
thought
to
we
its
did that
new-
already.
We
Trying to.
Well, they didn't have a home for it.
Oh,
we have a home for it, and we are attempting to remove it off the property.
so attempting. I'm guessing there's more to that story.
Well, if it's a resisting on the part of Gavin, I'll send him a letter saying it's county property. And he's put on notice, if he refuses, it's stolen property.
Is he refusing?
No, not at
Oh,
this point.
Okay.
But we're getting the feeling that not answering phone calls and returning phone calls,
Oh,
it's,
all right.
But the,
but I'll guarantee you, we'll take care of it.
but the mechanism, rather than dismantling it, Public Works is probably just going to put 8 to 10 guys out there, and they're just gonna lift it up and carry it out.
Is everything all right with Profi? We saw in the bills that he had a chiropractic appointment.
He is doing great. We actually took him to Mary Ann. They did a full scan and blood work and everything. He has a little bit of arthritis in his back, but he is perfect in all other ways, just normal German Shepherd arthritis, just because like some of us.
My back hurts too.
And, but he is healthy, good to go. He's cleared for work.
Okay.
And the reason we did that, Gavin had talked to 2 of the vets over in Oregon that he'd been dealing with. And 2 of them, apparently very short time as veterinarians. In their opinion, this would be too traumatic for the dog to go to a new handler. And there was some smoke being blown. Therefore, with that, we had Mary Ann do the check, so we have a document showing that dog is healthy.
So Gavin took the dog over himself on his own time to these vets?
No, in the past.
Oh, in the past.
But he went there when he no longer was gonna have the dog, and he tried to get them to convince us that he should retire the dog to Gavin.
Oh, okay.
And we had Vancouver canine people come up who do this full time, and they said, it happens all the time. They take dogs and transfer them to different trainers and everything else. So there's not an issue there, but, and I can understand where Gavin is coming from. Build that bond, and hard for him to give it up.
Yeah, we all get attached to our pups.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't, you can
Sorry.
have mine if you want it. Probably chewing up my shoes right now.
He's still a pup. All right, come on forward.
So we went to review this, and then just give you your own copy, so I already made notes on the copy that I made.
Okay, thank you.
Rob very put it out for us. You're looking at a combined budget, it's not an individual budget, so the presentation is of the
Not
minimal
this or
staffing.
this,
It's this, so that is a very different conversation, and wanted to make sure that you, and thank you, Commissioner Anderson, for asking why DCRs were not.
That's why.
That's,
We need more crayons.
yeah, we got the
It's
crayons
not
out
even
and
in
made the
color. We ran out of ink.
To be fair, Casey suggested that I color print it for y'all, and I said you'd be fine with black and white, so I
Black and white is
apologize. I was
fine.
wrong.
It was just it was a crayon joke.
Saving money, and I appreciate it.
So in terms of facilities, you're looking at, well, there may be some crossover.
20
Like
people.
20
people,
positions.
$4 million.
So I think, yeah, so,
It's over there, it's now not over there anymore, it's over there.
correct.
So it would be
How
3.
the state and Beacon are gonna, staff up $4
And I
million
think,
bucks and keep that going
I think
without.
Aaron's gonna talk to
asking
Gordy,
me
because
for
there may
any
be some renovations. Set up a full clinic, they're gonna need exam rooms and.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I don't know, in each line item of the budget, so both pages have like a supply budget. I don't know if there's crossover between those or not, so I'll get some clarification on that. Obviously, the wages are different, but then, you look at all of the other numbers, that might be,
So it's not 7
Crossover.
or 13 bodies, it's.
So is this did they sort of contemplate, this, the
Basic.
7 is the sort of strip down startup and then add, this is a component that you add?
yes. That's- so.
I knew I went into the wrong job. Psychiatrist, $412,000.
Big department now.
All right, well, does anybody have anything to say?
Just, I see it, I see the need, but it's just, again, I kind of like law and justice, I guess I would say. There's a very small percentage of the population that uses the majority of the tax dollars, and it's unfortunate.
Yep. I remember the originals had like a transport driver slash health worker.
Yes.
Is that got pulled off of this now?
Now we're up to 21.
I said one, not three.
Yay. Yeah,
And Empire asking me for any money.
That's the rule.
Oh,
I think that we
Eric
would
has
be,
permission to come back and ask for landfill funds next year, the year after. This new one does not.
I'm thinking not next year, the year after, but I think that we would be, I think that the expectation should be that at some point they're going to ask for money. I think, well, it might be mostly self-sustaining. I don't think most services of that nature are. That's not how healthcare works. And
Well, I mean, how does comprehensive mental health? They don't have taxing authority or anything. They have to be self-sustaining. In fact, by all rights, it sounds like they're building up a pretty healthy reserve right now.
That's the problem, is they get paid for 7 DCRs and provide one. I don't know that we're gonna be able to do
I
that.
thought during their presentation, they talked about how they also can move money to their other, like Walla Walla, some of their other places they can
Right.
allocate the funds. So, which this department won't be able to do.
And I mean, it's something we can definitely think about, and I think we could just move forward with our draft org chart, just because that needs done for the behavioral health. I
We
think we
need
still
3
need to.
crisis sub-Ps.
yeah,
Remember, that's the first year, right?
Mhm.
4 million is the first year.
right.
Well, yeah, 'cause-
Everybody on there is gonna get a raise. Some kind. Second.
Authorizes it,
ain't that the truth?
if they authorize the paycheck, then that's
County
fine.
employees in the county system will, anyway.
We've had that conversation expectation from the startup thing and saying, because first we might come on as a vendor for a while before we become them. So, yep, all right. Is there anything else? Questions? Thank you for the lovely news.
Sorry.
All right. I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to recess for lunch back at 1 o'clock.
Motion is second to recess. Thank you to everyone who is online and listening in. We will see you all at 1. Good afternoon. We are going to call the regular business meeting of the Klickitat County Commissioners back to order. Let the record show all 3 commissioners are present, and we will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the business agenda as presented.
I'll second the motion.
There is a motion and a second to approve the business agenda as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. All
I don't
right.
believe we have any minutes at the moment.
We have no minutes for approval today, so we are going to move right into citizen comment. We will do it as we have been doing. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per individual, and the county commissioners will respond after everyone has had a chance to speak. We will begin, as always. First goes to in the room, if anybody would like to provide public comment. All right, we will go online for public comment. I know we still have people still joining. If you would like to provide public comment, *6 to unmute yourself if you are on the phone, raise your hand, or turn your video camera on. And we would be excited to hear from you today. Excuse me. Oh, everybody's excited to speak. If you would like to provide public comment, *6, raise your hand, turn your video camera on, get our attention. If not, we have things to do here.
The bill is from the Dallas.
Oh. Wow, that's a long time. Okay. Quiet bunch today. I thought we already could do online septic treatment stuff. Man, I figured with everybody getting their assessments, there'd be all sorts of public comment. Gentlemen, would either of you like to provide public comment? I knew somebody had to start it off.
I want to clarify this about stuff that isn't on the public.
I'm sure he knows that.
Decommissioning plan.
I'm not going to speak about public hearing. I'd encourage everybody to go donate blood today over at the American Legion. They're doing that right now. I have an appointment, but they'll take you if you're walking. That's my comment.
That's it? All right. You want to trade spots and I can go donate some blood? All right, we are back online. If anybody would like to, Joe, would you like to provide public comment? Did you mute Joe? Oh, okay. 7211.
This is Greg Wagner with Cease. Mr. Sauter, Mr. Christopher, what is the status of my code complaint for the unpermitted short-term rentals being operated by Jacob Anderson? I sent you a copy of the email from the code compliance officer when he told me that he had a conflict of interest and couldn't investigate Mr. Anderson. Is there still a code compliance officer conflict of interest? What is the process moving forward? When will this code complaint be investigated? Our county is a complaint-driven county. A citizen must file a complaint, a code complaint, to initiate an investigation. Last week, Mr. Christopher said we must now go after all the other short-term rentals. This is not true. The other short-term rentals, any of those would have to have a complaint filed against them for any investigation or action to be taken against them. For you commissioners to know about 500 or 600 unpermitted short-term rentals in our county and not address this issue is negligence. Should a guest at one of these unpermitted short-term rentals be killed, their loved ones will sue our county. And due to your negligence allowing the unpermitted short-term rentals, they will be rewarded possibly millions of dollars. How much longer will you ignore this problem? Mr. Anderson, last week you quoted from Ordinance 7178-2, it's section 310-2, number 11, but you conveniently only quoted the part you wanted to quote. The full quote sentence is, the principal unit nor the ADU shall be used as a short-term rental. So according to our county code, you aren't even allowed to use your primary residence as a short-term rental. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Is there anybody else who would like to provide public comment in the room or online? Pat Arnold.
Good afternoon. I have a question about the minutes and the agenda for the commissioners meeting. In the full packet that was sent out for today's meeting, there was some additional information from the health department. But a couple of other people, the sheriff's office and somebody who I didn't recognize just before the lunch break, walked up to the commissioners and handed in documents which had information relevant to what they were talking about. Those don't seem to appear in the minutes. I'm wondering how members of the public can get copies of the documents that are presented at the meeting, but not included either in the agenda or the minutes. So that's question number one. Question number two is this. I'm told I don't attend all your meetings. You know, obviously I get here when I can, but apparently at a meeting back in August, there was a statement, I don't know by who, but one of the commissioners, about the policy on complaints. And so Friends of White Salmon has filed a complaint on a shoreline, what we think is a shoreline violation. And I've heard nothing from your compliance officer. And apparently there was a statement made that at least this kind of complaint, I don't know what kind of complaints, have to have two complainants before something will be investigated. And I'd like to know where that is in the code or in the policy, you know, and I'd like to know what that applies to. Is it complaints about certain ordinances? Is it, you know, when are two required and under what policy and guidance? And then the words that were used were neighbors. And I don't, apparently in the meeting, and I don't know what that means. This has to be somebody right next door. You know, can somebody not report a complaint about something that's not close to them? So I would like some clarification on that policy about which complaints will be investigated and what the rules are. And I would like to know where I find that in writing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Arnold. Okay, we're back in the room. Is there anybody else who would like to provide public comment? I'm not seeing anyone. Back online. *6 to unmute yourself, raise your hand, turn your camera on. Sherry.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I thought I'd stay in line with the rest of the questions about code compliance complaints. And last week, there was a discussion during your public comment period regarding Jake Anderson's two code compliance complaints. I'd like to make that clear. There have been two official code complaints filed for Mr. Anderson's Airbnb at 58 Anderson Street, where the party was held. And last week, Commissioner Sauter and Christopher both replied to my question of what's the process? What happens next with this code compliant after the other complaint received a response back from the code compliance officer that he would not be handling this case due to conflict of interest. Both Commissioner Sauter and Christopher replied to my question as the process that the code complaint would be handled just like any other person, yet my complaint has yet to be responded to. And the code officer is stopped communication with the other complainant. And so, Commissioner Christopher, last week you said that you agreed that everybody must play by the same rules. And this is, as Mr. Wagner said, this is a county code compliant driven county and or complaint driven county. I've been told that many times. Last week you tried to misinform people saying, you know, you're just allowing this to happen. It's just the way it goes. And that's just how all the short-term rentals are going right now. You know, there's just, you know, nothing being enforced. When I asked the planning department how I go about making my preliminary resident, my primary residence, into a short-term rental, I was told that I needed to obtain a conditional use permit. There you go. There's your answer. That's the rules that everybody must play by. If those were the rules handed to me, those are the county rules. And I'd be happy to forward you the email from the county planning director that says exactly that and instructs me how to go about it. And I would have fees to pay and things to go through. And Commissioner Anderson, I like to agree that last week when you were telling the people the only place you can find anything on the books, let me see, basically you told the people that the only place you find something on the books referring to short-term rentals is in the ADU section. You went on to tell people that as long as you are in a house that is a permanent structure, that is still a single family dwelling. Whether you rent your house for one night or 3 months, it's still a single family dwelling. And the code is not clear anyway. That is what you inform people. And the code says neither the principal unit nor the ADU shall be used as a short-term rental, a short-term vacation rental, which is less than 60 consecutive days in a single month period. So maybe you should be reading your ordinances, zoning ordinance number 62678, and that's what it says. Neither the principal unit nor the ADU in a 60 consecutive days in a single 12-month period. That is what Klickitat County zoning ordinance section 3.102 parentheses 11 says. Thank you. And how is my case going to be handled? Either Sauter or Christopher can let me know.
Thank you, Ms. Bosque. All right, is there anybody else who would like to provide public comment? *6, raise your hand, turn your video on. I am not seeing anyone. Is there anyone else who would like to provide public comment? Second chance. Last chance. Okay. Would either of my seatmates like to respond to anyone who provided public comment?
So I do have a response for Ms. Arnold. The papers that were handed to us were provided copies from Beacon Health about the mental health situation we were discussing. The reason why they were not in the packet is in order to get in the packet, people have to submit their items by Thursday of the previous week. So if there's something that needed to be updated, it ends up not being in the packet, just like our Public Works update every morning is not in the packet. That is a document that we are handed because it is new and fresh and whatnot. So these, do you have a copy of these, Ms. Lee? Okay, you do now. I just gave our clerk a copy of those two papers that we were handed, and I will have her shoot them off to you. So there's no reason to ask for a request unless you don't see them anytime soon. With that, that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I would follow up on that also, Pat, that the stuff from the sheriff is their brief that they go through. Anything that's handed to us is a public record. It should go in the record, and it's just not available ahead of time because, as Commissioner Christopher said, that you have to have the stuff in by Thursday the week before. And so you saw when we got it, that's when we got it. We always ask for copies for the commissioners and the clerk so that it gets included in the record. And so if you want it, we can certainly, you can always get those. Those are public records.
Can I just say, I don't want the Beacon Health thing. I just was asking in case in some meeting there is something, what would be the process? To write to your email?
Although I don't know how we've done it in the past as far as how we keep, because I know what we get goes, we keep it, we keep a copy of it as far as, but yeah, the easiest would be to just request it and then we can send it to you, but, because anything that the commissioner gets is a public record and you have every right to see it. So just ask for it. To your question about the, Ms. Arnold, about the shoreline complaint, I think there is some confusion and I'm not going to speak. I think we need to look. I would refer all of us more to the planning department because we intermix our terms between nuisance and code cases when people file a complaint, and the rules are different, I believe, for both of them. When we talk about you have to have 2 folks file a complaint, I believe that is for a nuisance complaint. You have to have 2, and they have to be in proximity. I think it's within 5 miles of where the alleged nuisance is to initiate an investigation. A code complaint, I believe, only takes a single complaint, and it does not have the geographical component of it. And they're in 2 different places in the code. And so, again, I think we all do it where we flip back and forth and we're not using the same terminology. So as to your complaint about the shoreline, that would, I think if I'm recalling correctly, we had set a policy about were we going to investigate when we got a shoreline complaint that it was coming from an agency? Was that enough for us to initiate? And I believe we said it wasn't, that we wanted some local component where the complaint is being generated in the county from somebody in the county, not just getting something. And that's a policy discussion or a decision as far as the Board of Commissioners. Mr. Wagner, back to Mr. Wagner's. I have to be careful because I will say when you asked your question last public comment, so a week ago, at that point until you sent me a copy of the letter that had been sent to you. Number one, I didn't know you were the one that had filed the complaint because we generally are not informed of who is filing the complaint. And so once you sent it, then I got as far as a copy of the response from the code compliance officer. We had actually met with the code compliance officer that morning, Commissioner Christopher, and actually all 3 of us, but Commissioner Christopher and I met with him, the 2 of us together, but it was during a executive session, so I have to be careful about what I can really say, other than my comment that I made at 1 o'clock was based on the conversation that we had that morning, which was there is no conflict of interest, that there is, if a complaint is filed against a commissioner or anybody, it is treated the same. There are, that's why there's 3 commissioners, not just 1. And if there is a conflict with one of them, the past practice has been that commissioner is has nothing to do with it, and the other 2 commissioners will process that complaint without having, so there is no conflict of interest. So I stand by my statement at 1:10 of last week, which again, I was unaware that had been, that you had received a letter that said there was a conflict of interest. And because in my mind, there is no conflict of interest, that will be processed the same as anybody else. So that will work its way through the process, just like anything else. Understanding that working its way through the process may be that, again, there's been an allegation that's been made that
has to be investigated, and that will be, that it may result in nothing. I'm not saying something's happening. I'm just saying the process will be followed. And that would be the same. Ms. Bosque, I would say if your earlier code complaint was filed it could have been during that time period. We had no code compliance officer for a period of time. Our current one is just getting up to speed. I couldn't comment on what happened with your earlier complaint, although I will be, as we discussed last week, wait a minute, let me finish, sir, ma'am, is that we have, again, let me finish, that we have not prioritized enforcement of short-term rental alleged violations in Klickitat County since I've been on here. We made statements last week about we believe there to be hundreds of violators, and that has not been something as a policy. We have said that is not a priority to investigate and enforce that. That goes back years and years and years. It's not relevant to the current allegation complaint. It's a resource issue. If that's something that the board wants to change that as a priority and put more resources into investigating, and am I convinced that I believe there are lots and lots and lots of folks that are doing short-term rentals that are technically out of compliance with our code. And so, but it's a question of, do we want to put our resources into doing that? I'll stop now.
Thank you, Commissioner Sauter. And for the record, what Commissioner Sauter was trying to say is during that executive session where anything was brought up about me, I was not in the room for clarifications purposes. Well, thank you both Ms. Bosque and Mr. Wagner for saying that it was both of you who turned in code compliance violations against me. I enjoy our personal vendetta towards me, and that's totally fine. I would point out that when I was quoting the short-term rental ordinance, you both just used the fact that neither the principal unit nor the ADU will be used for short-term rental. The short-term rental ordinance, or the accessory dwelling unit ordinance, is only applicable to if you've applied for an accessory dwelling unit on your property. It is not applicable to everything else in the county. And if you were around when the accessory dwelling unit ordinance was passed, you would know that this was quite a bit of discussion during the accessory dwelling unit ordinance. And part of that decision-making was the goal of the accessory dwelling unit ordinance was to provide people of modest means the ability to affordably live in Klickitat County. It was not, and so that would be rentals for long-term for people who are working blue-collar class. And that is why it was excluded from that. But if you don't have an accessory dwelling unit on your property, you're not part of that ordinance, and you don't have to fall a part of that ordinance. And I would still stand by my statement that until an ordinance is passed that clearly defines what short-term rentals are, much like the city of White Salmon has done, much like Skamania County has done, so long as you are renting a legal house, so a permitted structure that has been through all the permitting, it is still, whether you rent it for 1 day, 1 week, 90 days, 60 days, or an entire year, that is still a single-family dwelling, which is a permitted use. And Ms. Arnold, I would speak to you when it comes to the 2 complaints. If it is a code violation, it only takes 1 complaint. But to be specific, it's difficult for us. We get an update from the code compliance officer each month, but we don't know the exact people. We do not know the exact cases that is held or withheld from us. We're very cognizant and aware of if somebody would make the case that we are playing personal attacks against someone, so there's a reason we do not know who these people are. We also cannot see who makes complaints against us unless that person comes out and says that it's them that's doing it. So in your instance, if I asked Mr. Sendejas about the complaint that you filed against someone along the river, he can't tell me that because I can't know who filed the complaints. When we do speak with him next, I will ask if there's any environmental complaints and ask for an update on that. But that would be on all of the environmental issues, because otherwise it's impossible for us to dig down into it. But I will do everything I can to try to get you an answer in a way that I legally can. And with that, we are going to close public comment and move into our regularly scheduled hearing. Thank you to everyone. Oh, Miss Arnold. You're muted.
Am I muted?
You're unmuted.
My question was only whether it requires two complainants to have the code compliance officer follow up on a complaint.
That is only for nuisance cases. And so if that is something against the Shorelines Management Act, which I'm guessing that it would be, then that would be a code violation.
So I'll follow up with the code compliance officer. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Have a nice day. Okay, with that, we are going to move into our public meeting to consider the boundary approval or the approval of boundary line adjustment BLA 2022-05. Parcel number 06102657-0004.
Sorry about that. Applicants are Woodruff Properties LLC and White Wave Maritime Consultants and Navigation LLC. This is a boundary line adjustment, BLA 2022-05. It's a proposal to adjust the common property lines between parcels 0610-2657-0004 and 0610-2618-150300 off of State Highway 141. The proposed boundary line adjustment is located within a portion of Section 26, Township 6 North, Range 10 East, Willamette Meridian, Klickitat County, Washington, in the Trout Lake vicinity. The administrative review of this boundary line adjustment has been completed. Signatures have been obtained from the Road, Health, Treasurers, and Planning Department. All conditions attached to the preliminary approval have been met. If the board finds it in the public's interest to approve this boundary line adjustment, a motion will be needed to grant final approval of BLA 2022-05.
Any questions from my seatmates? Pretty simple. I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve boundary line adjustment BLA 2022-05. Applicants Woodruff Properties and White Wave Maritime Consultants and Navigation. My motion is to approve.
I would second the motion.
There's a motion and a second to approve BLA 2022-05. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. All right, next up, we will have a public meeting to consider approval of boundary line adjustment BLA 2022-12.
The applicants are Buddy Collender and Laura Lynn Abayeda. Boundary line adjustment BLA 2022-12 is a proposal to adjust the common property lines between parcels 0516-3317-210200, 0516-3317-210300, and 0516-3317-210400 off of Orchard Heights Road. The proposed boundary line adjustment is located within a portion of Section 33, Township 5 North, Range 16 East, Willamette Meridian, Klickitat County, Washington, in the Golden Dale vicinity. The administrative review of this boundary line adjustment has been completed. The signatures have been obtained from Road, Health, Treasurers, and Planning Department. All conditions attached to the preliminary approval have been met. If the board finds that it is in the public's interest to approve this boundary line adjustment, a motion will be needed to grant final approval of BLA 2022-12.
Any questions from my seatmates?
No.
Any comments? Okay. I would entertain a motion.
He's waiting on me. Mr. Chairman, I motion that we approve boundary line adjustment BLA 2022-12 applicants Buddy Collender and Lorena Albaida.
I'll second the motion.
There is a motion and a second to approve BLA 2022-1. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. All right.
I do appreciate her reading the parcel numbers into the record so that we don't have to. The names are hard enough sometimes.
I looked ahead and chose which one I.
Chose the easy one.
I did. I know how to say it.
Well, next time I'll figure that out and I'll unplug my mic and then I'll be having mic difficulties and.
Sure.
There you go.
Don't we usually do public hearings first before we do our public meetings?
Yeah,
that-
but I don't think there's any.
I don't think there's anything
There's no-
statutory,
there's no
but we just always did, right?
It's done the way I did it because some public hearings are gonna take quite a while.
Mhm.
That way, the public meeting, that is pretty routine and already been vetted, that staff can
That's-
come in,
I
get the
agree.
business done and go back to work.
I like it. I was just wondering because I didn't know if we always did it the other way. And I was like, well, this makes a lot more sense.
It kind of depends on what the subject matter is.
Okay. Next up, we have a public hearing to review the proposed amendments to Klickitat County's model decommissioning plan, and I will declare this public hearing open. First off, we have a staff report.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Now, the action being discussed today is an amendment to the Klickitat County's model decommissioning plan, Resolution 04308. Since its adoption in 2008, the plan has been used as a guide in development of decommissioning plans as a condition of building permit issuance. The goal of a decommissioning plan is to ensure developers and operators are held responsible for the financial and physical removal of the energy projects after their lifespan or after a period of no generation. After the energy project has run its useful life, the leased land will be returned to the landowner. So the hierarchy of decommissioning is the developers and or operators' responsibility. And most of the leases between the developers and the landowners include decommissioning provisions. So the landowners would also have a responsibility in some sense to decommission the project. That being said, the county is still requiring a decommissioning plan to ensure proper decommissioning. The model decommissioning has not been updated since 2008. And so the current proposal, I'm going to give you some highlights of what being changed. It's not a significant amendment to that. First, the plan is applicable to both wind and solar energy projects, and we want to make clear of that. The second point is we will require the permit holder to start funding the decommissioning security no later than 30 days before the commencement of project constructions. Right now, we are asking them to give us a plan so we can issue the building permit, but we don't necessarily ask them to start funding from 5 to 7 years from the dates of commercial operation. Third, the salvage value for equipment in the amount not to exceed 20%. We lower the cap from 35% to 20%, which is a more conservative approach. And then lastly, we remove one form of the financial securities that's currently in the plan. So we will no longer allow for a guarantee as an option. So those are the main changes in the current proposal. That pretty much is the summary of the staff report.
Next up, we will open this hearing for the purpose of hearing public comments in favor and opposed to considering the proposed amendments to the Klickitat County Environmental Ordinance 121084. That is not correct. To the decommissioning plan, not that one. We have one name in the room, Mr. Barta. Could you please come forward if you'd still like to provide public comment? And again, this is 3 minutes per individual.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Dave Barta, Goldendale. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I have a few areas that I'll comment, and my comments are all in reference to this document, which you probably are looking at or have. First, section 2.1.1 references dismantling of above ground equipment and that it might be sold for scrap. Later in 2.2.7, the decommissioning security share that may be counted as scrap has been reduced to 20%, which is definitely a move in the right direction. However, why would any decommissioning security be allowed for components, for instance, windmill turbine blades that are known to shed carcinogens and have no place or method of disposal at this time? In the case of items that cause long-term environmental concern, I submit no decommissioning security value should be allowed from scrap. Section 2.1.2 states subsequent steps in decommissioning include removal of concrete foundations to a minimum depth of 3 feet below grade. In the industrial solar applications I've seen so far, the panels are mounted on steel stakes, if you will, driven up to 8 feet into the ground. I see no requirement that says they need to be removed or cut off. It doesn't mean it's not there, but I didn't understand it to say that. I believe this draft allows the industrial solar company to leave the stakes the way it's written right now. I submit these steel I-beams should be reverse rattled out on decommissioning. Finally, the most recent copy, I can find no reference to lithium-ion battery installations. To address decommissioning without addressing this most dangerous aspect of it is, I'd say, legislative malpractice at a minimum, and unfortunately negligence might be a better term for it, not dealing with that. You've all seen at least one pre-submission plan that includes a 2-acre lithium-ion battery facility. It's a known fact, Cypress Creek and Avangrid regularly submit this in their applications. These batteries pose significant risk to Klickitat County citizens. The Fukushima nuclear reactor in Japan worked perfectly in 2011 when its earthquake sensors shut the reactors down and fired the diesel generators up so it could continue to cool fission decay heat. Unfortunately, the tsunami that crested the seawall destroyed the power grid, drowned the emergency generators, and allowed the decay heat on the reactors to continue to grow, eventually resulting in 3 meltdowns at that facility. Fukushima was fully prepared for a reasonable environmental disaster. Then the unreasonable 1 in a million thing happened. You don't get to be wrong on this one with lithium-ion batteries. Please take this chance in decommissioning to address that in dismantling and whatever cleanup of that requires. I submitted all these ideas to Planning Director Lindblad. We had a meeting on August 24th, could have been the 23rd. Perhaps she's already developed the associated plans. I don't know, and if she has, that's wonderful. I appreciate that. In closing, on advice of Land Use Council, I consider the Energy Overlay Zone Ordinance open to public comment and amendment, and am submitting reasonable ordinances to protect citizens in the Klickitat Valley. The EOZ ordinance outlines or upholds Klickitat County's energy policy, and decommissioning is fully contained within it. Since this decommissioning revision is predicated entirely on the EOZ ordinance, That ordinance is open for public discussion and amendment. Thank you for your time, and I will submit these comments and things to Clerk Snell.
Thank you, Mr. Barta. Next, we will go online. Is there anybody who has, would like to provide testimony on the draft decommissioning plan? Seven two one one, Mr. Wagner.
Greg Wagner with C. In reviewing this amendment, there are things that need to be talked about. Here in 1.1 says this would extend the useful life to a period of far longer than 30 years. Leases with landowners for 30 years with possible options for additional lease periods. The facility could be terminated under the following circumstances. And it lists several things, but several are missing. There's nothing in here that talks about corporate bankruptcy when these corporations go bankrupt. And then it also doesn't address if the leasing landowner decides not to extend his lease option. So who will be responsible then for the decommissioning? And I'd like to know in the next sentence, it says necessary authorization to proceed with the facility decommissioning. What is this authorization and who gives it? When we have these corporations come in and they install the wind turbines and the giant concrete bases with reinforced concrete, the decommissioning says it only has to be removed to 3 feet below grade. That could be taken out completely. It might be on farmland now, but in the future, it might be where somebody's going to build a subdivision and they'll dig down to put in foundations and hit giant pieces of concrete along with rebar, conduits, and various other things, wiring that they're going to leave in the ground. I believe that when these corporations come into our county and they claim to be environmentalists, they should leave this county the way they found it. Leave no trace, leave no footprint. Just like when you go camping, whatever you carry in, you carry out. These guys come in our county, they make billions of dollars, and then they want to be able to leave their trash behind, whether it's steel pilings for solar panels supports or the bases for these wind turbines and the underground facilities that they have. That all needs to be taken out. We need to be concerned about the toxins that leach off the solar panels and contaminate the soil. The soil needs to be tested before any type of decommissioning so that they know that the soil is safe. And if it isn't, then the solar companies need to pay for the cleanup of the soil. And the lithium-ion batteries, as stated by Mr. Barta, they are a danger, regardless of what Mr. Sauter says. These are a danger. It's been proven all across America. And they do leave a mess when they explode. They do contain toxins, and that needs to be addressed. There's shortcomings in this amendment. And this is all for the future of our county. We need to be good Samaritans of the land that we live on and not just allow these people to give us tax money and turn a blind eye to the decommissioning problems that exist. This happens all across America. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Okay, back in the room. Is there anybody who would like to provide public testimony in the room on the model decommissioning plan? Okay, back online. Ms. Bosque.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this amendment for the decommissioning plan. I agree with what has been said so far by both participants in their comments. And I believe this update is very vague. And even the planning director just stated it's not very much significant changes put in it. Such words as components and equipment is referred to. That's very vague. Again, there's nothing regarding lithium batteries. We've sent you the information regarding Morris, Illinois. You know about that lithium fire explosion. You know about the EPA is still in there because of the toxins in the ground because of this situation with lithium batteries. So that needs to be addressed in this decommissioning plan. It needs to be more specific. And I don't think that these billion-dollar companies need to be getting scrap value credit. That's ridiculous. And the county should be looking out for the farmers. That I heard the planning director said that some of the decommissioning could be on their expense, and that would be up to them to, work that out in their lease. Well, these are billion-dollar foreign entity companies. Just because they have a US face to them does not negate that their parent company is a foreign entity. So, who's looking out for our farmers to make sure they're not scammed on decommissioning? This is, you should care about them. I've said this for a long time. If they're going to be scammed by these large billion-dollar solar things and their land left in ruins with $1 billion or millions, or I don't know how much to clean up. We don't know how much it's going to cost to clean up millions of solar panels in 20 years. We don't know what's going to happen. That's why you write these documents, to prevent things from harming the county, the cost to the county, and the farmers. And on number 3, it reads, the county may require the permit holder to implement the commissioning plan. It needs to be clear. It needs to, not shift the burden to the landowners. We have informed you, these people don't care about our land. They're in here to make money. And this is a very vague update with simple components and equipment. Doesn't cut it. Our county can do better than this. If you want to be the renewable county of Washington State and allow all these millions of panels of black glass and lithium batteries everywhere, windmills, then you can do better in protecting the county in the future. So I suggest that you go back to the drawing board, you get more specific, you get lithium battery verbiage, you get the phrases that it absolutely locks these developers into the decommission. No escaping it. You can do this and leave no trace. You can do better. Do not approve this today. It needs more work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bosque. Is there anyone else in the room or online who would like to provide public testimony on the model decommissioning plan? *6, raise your hand, turn your video on. Going once. Going twice. And last chance to provide public comment on the public testimony on the model decommissioning plan. Okay, we're going to move to clarification of any public statements. We can ask the questions of staff or of any of the people who provided public testimony. Seatmates?
I did have a couple. Please. So a clarifying question, Mr. Barta. On yours, first off, the scrap value, were you advocating for it should be no scrap value whatsoever on any project, or?
Only in the case where a component, for example, a windmill turbine blade has such an environmental cost. If the county ends up holding the bag, could happen, don't know. County holds the bag, or can't get the company to do what they need to do decommissioning wise, why would we allow them to use 20% of the scrap value when they have a component that's environmentally toxic that we can't even store it? That's what I'm getting at. If it's
Okay, but how do I differentiate between, because you've said turbine blade, so that means you're basically saying no wind projects. All wind projects should have no scrap value because they have potentially a component that is. Okay, and I'm not.
Excuse me, I can't hear Mr. Barta.
Oh, Oh, yeah, if you're, I'm sorry, could you come forward when you're, so that,
Step forward, please.
thank you.
I'll clarify.
Yeah,
I would just say that, in response to your question, until they have found a way to make the wind turbine blades, that was the example I used, there may be others, it's just one that I thought of, until they find a way to properly dispose of them in a way that they can be put away safely and are no longer an environmental concern, I don't know why we would accept scrap value on that project in general, because we're just taking our problem either to the east end of our county, where we unfortunately become a dump, or to another county across the river where many are stored.
I would argue and say.
I know,
fortunate.
I understand, yes, from the monetary standpoint, yes.
And a job standpoint, a
Thank
lot of
you.
jobs. So, okay, so that's wind, now solar, would there be an argument that are there, if there's any components that have a negative environmental, that they should have no scrap value? And I guess what I'm getting at, if I take your statements and put them, you're basically advocating for zero for solar or wind. Because if there's a component, then it shouldn't be.
When I look at a windmill turbine, the scope of a single turbine, the blades are almost the same size when I look at them. They probably don't possess the same mass as the tower. If you put those three together, I would say they're 50%. And then there's the generator system and all that. I'm not versed enough. I can't speak. I know that I have heard and I have read that there are talks in solar panels. I purposely didn't use that because I even though they are being warehoused in places, I understand. I have more direct knowledge, partly based on the legislative hearings, that we don't really have a way to store windmill turbine blades. So I used that example. Okay. But again, those three blades on a wind turbine are a significant amount of the size of the unit. So,
Okay, thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
So Mochi, moving that, is that 20% of the value
Of the total decommissioning cost.
of the total decommissioning cost? Now, my issue is, how do we know what the decommissioning cost is going to be when it's 15 to potentially, with like pumped hydro, it could be 100 years out?
So right now, what I have is, for the two solar projects, one is under construction, one is under review. During the review process, they do provide like a estimate for total decommissioning cost. And so I did put those both documents, they are part of the draft EIS. It varies quite a bit, like for the Lund Hill Solar Project, which is a 150 megawatts project. Based on the calculations there, and I only take those numbers, the salvage value is approximately 6.5% of the total decommissioning cost. And then when I pull the information from the Bluebird Solar, this is a 100 megawatt project. The salvage value actually is about 28% of the total decommissioning cost. It varies quite a bit. And so by the time we need to, when they start putting up like a financial schedule to see how they are going to achieve the total cost of decommissioning, they are required to provide supportive document to show us at the time when we negotiated this plan, to show us what the total decommissioning cost needs to be. I apologize for that. And then every 5 years, we have an option to ask them to revise the plan if we find that it's not sufficient or any market change, that would impact the total cost, and then they will have to amend it accordingly. But what we have is, at the time when we negotiate, we have to get those values down at that time. Yes, Commissioner.
Did I hear you correctly when you said that Lund Hill provided documents to you that said they were only going to have 6.5% scrap value?
No, not exactly. So I pulled the estimate cost, total cost for decommissioning. And I do the math. On this plan, it shows, how much it will cost the project to decommission. Like, they include costs for labor, they include costs for, heavy equipment and what have you. And then they also provide some credit for salvage value for some of the metal. And so
Did they provide salvage value for panels or just metal?
just metal, because the panels itself, it probably can further differentiate about what can be recycled, what can be reused and whatnot.
Well, that's what I was expecting, I guess, is them to have something in there saying the panels are still worth 10 cents on the dollar and they're gonna sell them in India as a scrap value. So that's what I was expecting and it's not in there.
No, it didn't include those information in this plan.
Well, they didn't ask for credit. Maybe Bluebird did, and that's why
That's
their
why I said
number.
that Bluebird have panels as part of their credit for scrap that they're gonna resell them or, because that's the argument I've heard from them, but is it in their proposal?
This is basically just a breakdown of the project and what components can be reused, can be recycled, and what can be scrapped to get some dollars. In our current plan, we allow for 35% salvage value. Just because we want to put a cap on that, because when we first have all these wind projects in our county, most of the developers at that time, I was told, I wasn't with the county at that time, but most of the developers would like to tell the planning department is that the salvage value alone will cover all costs of decommissioning. And the whole idea for us to have a decommissioning plan is, I also want to make that clear on record, is I'm not suggesting we shift the responsibility to the landowner who signed a lease with the developer. What I'm saying is, we are just trying to make sure all these projects can be decommissioned properly, and the county would have sufficient fund to do that if the developer didn't hold up their responsibility. Because all these energy projects in our county, none of them so far is a public project. They are all private projects on mostly private land, except for a few public land is leased with the state agencies. If there's a house burned down in the county, for example, county will not go ahead and go in without landowner's permission to start demolishing the building. It's nothing like that. So I just want to be clear, we are not shifting the responsibility. In the hierarchy, it should be the developer. And then I was told, in some of the land leases, that's between the landowners and the developers. They negotiate those terms and county has no part of, but I was told that it will include provisions for decommissioning. So if the developer did not do it properly, landowner have options to force the developer to do it, or they can do it on their own. But the developer may need to, provide the funding to do that. I don't know what those terms are, but I'm just saying that would be an additional step. And if none of those being successful, then the county will have a decommissioning plan as a condition of approval for that project. We can then utilize the financial security that we have and to initiate any kind of decommissioning if we come down to that. And I just want to make that clear.
Brad? Sorry. Go ahead.
Other question I had is, I noticed it, and obviously members of the public noticed it, that there's no real wordage in there about batteries. Granted, I would assume the batteries are gonna be in shipping containers. And if they ever had to decommission, they would just pick the shipping container up and haul it wherever they're gonna haul it to dispose of a lithium-ion battery. Or resell it or send it to India or whatever they're planning on doing. Did you take batteries into consideration when you looked at the overhaul of this?
I did, but I intentionally do not want to put the current day technology or knowledge about how to dispose the batteries into plans that we may not need to come down to the decommissioning 20 or 30 years down the road. I differentiate the difference with above ground and underground components. So the idea is for anything above ground, if they cannot be recycled, reused, and they're toxic, then they're supposed to dispose them at an authorized site or do it properly, just like anything else. If you want me to start using today's knowledge or technology to itemize what need to happen to what, I'm going to miss something 20 years down the road.
Well, and as we get state litigation or state legislator making new rules, every year your decommissioning plan is gonna be out of date because they made new rules. Good point.
And this is a guidance document. It does not cover every aspect of the decommissioning. We are trying to have a plan in place, and we have money that we have access to. And then when the time comes for decommissioning, they need to go through the proper permitting before they can do something. You know, they cannot impact any critical areas buffer. They cannot just start hauling things without getting a roll haul agreement with the county public works if they need to use public roads. If that's, yes.
If they had to have a permit to take the equipment down, they're also gonna, I would assume, have to go through a SEPA to take the equipment out of the farmer's field. And in doing so, at that time would be the time for the public to say, do a soil sample and make sure it isn't full of hazardous chemicals. It's not in our decommissioning plan, it's in the SEPA 30 years from now when they go to decommission.
They would be required to comply with all the current rules and regulations at the time. If you want to demolish the house that you built 30 years ago, you need to come in and get a demolition permit. It's not like a part of the current approval.
Couple questions.
Please.
To Mr. Barda's point, because I was looking as far as on solar, because my assumption would be any decommissioning plan, when I think of decommissioning, it is you remove everything, put everything back, anything above ground, and we can have some discussion about the below ground, if it's 3 feet or 30 feet or whatever it is. But certainly the above ground stuff all has to be removed. That is, I would assume, and if it's not, we need to make sure that that's crystal clear that that is a requirement. So the steel pilings and stuff, I mean, my assumption is that decommissioning means they go and they pull the pilings out of the ground. It probably from a practical standpoint, I can't imagine, because I guess the example, maybe it was in your email, was, they dig down 3 feet and cut them off, and the part that's driven, most of them are driven down, 3 to 6 feet. It would probably be easier to pull the whole piling than to expose it and cut it off. But I'm wondering, is that something that we can tighten up to? Again, I'm relying on practicality, but the idea is that you pull all those stakes out of the ground. That's what decommissioning means to me. And I think that should be a requirement. Yeah, I had some questions as far as the lithium batteries. I'm assuming while they're not, which you kind of explained, you're not going to call out each specific disposal method because we don't know. It would have to be whatever the appropriate disposal for whatever the component is at the time when it's being decommissioned. So if lithium ion batteries, if there is some, I don't know how you dispose of them, but there must be we have some appropriate way of disposing of them now. I hope we do, because if we don't, then we need to have a discussion about if there is no proper disposal of them now, then yeah, we need to, but that would come up in the permitting process. And just correct me, we have no permitted lithium ion battery storage facilities in Klickitat County.
As of today, we do not.
Right, and I know they have, as Mr. Barda said, they do Cypress Creek and the other ones they generally submit those just as kind of a placeholder, 2 acre, but they have pulled those out of, like, we have not permitted one of those, and so that would be, and when those are, not Bluebird, but the other one, Lund Hill, if they want to add a battery storage component to that, that will be a whole permitting process separate from you can't permit and get your thing built and then just kind of stick this thing in there. That would be a new that would be an amendment to their permit, and they would have to go through the whole process.
Right, that would be a permitting process. And I just want to add, even though I did not be very specific about lithium battery, but under section 2.1.1, the last statement is basically saying that the unsalvaged material will be disposed of at authorized sites.
Right.
So if this is, something toxic, I do not believe Roseville would take it. They
Right,
will
it
have to
wouldn't
do
be.
the proper testing to do it. And so we try to cover it, but I'm not trying to make it as so much flexible that would not take care of those problems. Is that I think we need to wait till the time come and see what the technology and what the requirements are at that time before we have all those specific in the plan.
Another question?
I don't right now.
I would say thank you to everyone for your comments. I'm one of those plan for the worst and hope for the best. And I know that, decommissioning, anyone who accepts one of these land use agreements should always have their lawyer review it and, make sure that there's in there to protect those landowners, which from everything I've ever heard is in there. With regards to what happens and why we require a bond, in essence, usually now it's likely going to be bonds for the decommissioning. If it gets to that point where we have to call the bond to decommission,
Something went wrong.
something has gone very wrong. And the cost to decommission, so say they have a bond, for example, say they have a bond for 20 million to decommission. And they come out and they go, well, we're going to go out of business. And we know it's going to cost $40 million to decommission because the last time we updated our cost estimate, we were off by quite a bit. So we're going to walk out. That isn't a very pretty sight for the landowner. That's not a pretty sight for the county. And then we're stuck hoping that there is salvage value out of something to cover some of our costs. If you've walked away from a project, there's probably no salvage material. Right. And it's, if we look at, what our abatements cost, it's going to be a lot more. If you look at what our contracts are coming in right now, it's 40% over engineers' estimates in 1 year time. Every time we put out a contract, not only do we have to pay the whole amount, but we also have, like on this building and every road project, we also have an amount over and above for contingencies. So when we say we're going to have a decommissioning bond that's out there, and we're only going to do it for maybe 80% of the value of the anticipated cost to decommission that. I look at like the Hood River Bridge. And, if we were to decommission the Hood River Bridge, it's going to be anywhere from $30 to $50 million. And there's no bond on that. There's nobody, the port doesn't have the money to clean that up. And that's an estimate, right? The only thing that would make sense to me in a decommissioning plan where we're putting a bond up, so somebody else, we hope to God the bonding agency doesn't go bankrupt too when the other one does, right? But you should take the entire anticipated cost of the decommissioning, and then you should also add a 10% contingency, just like we do for building anything. And then on top of that, you should update that every 5 years, minimum, based on your anticipated cost of decommission. And then you should also add a CPI to it for each year for the cost of the increases. And that's if we're trying to protect the county and the taxpayers, because we have all sorts of things that we've taken on that were private property, like the mill. Okay? And I'd say the mill was far more toxic and had far more problems in it Because most of the stuff down there was 100 years old with old technology. You know, the transformers were a little bit different than they are today. And we got the property, but we got the liability. And that was when the property owner, you know, walked away. And sure, they paid a fair amount of money, but they didn't take it all. And so if we're going to accept these massive projects in our communities, I think that that bond needs to cover the true cost of removal. Do I think that's going to stop anybody from getting that bond? Well, that bonding agency, right? They're going to look at that and they're going to be, well, what's our risk? And what do we think we can get out of scrap out of it too? So that's how I would do it. I mean, I just look at, you know, whether it's a wind turbine or a solar panel. Sure, on the solar panels, you've got, you know, those vertical stakes and you've got the metal and the value of that. But if you're going to decommission and you're going to have to use the bond, I wouldn't assume that we're going to need every penny we can get. Because if they could make money doing it and do it cheaper than that bond, they do that. Commissioner Christopher.
So when we first started this, my opinion's always been the 35% of scrap value number way off. Waiting 7 years to put your money down is risky. But the more I look at this and think of this, and I mean, I kind of understand scrap value on solar, because I honestly believe that if they were decommissioning a solar facility in California that's 20 years or 30 years old, and you're going to show me a 100-watt panel that's still putting out 60 watts of power, to me, that's worth value, and I would buy that panel for my house. I mean, because I'm paying pennies on the dollars for it, even though it's not as good as the new ones. I think there is a scrap value to old solar panels, but it's a matter of how much. Now, it worries me when they don't even classify it in their numbers as scrap value. But then I look at windmills and go, why do we have windmills and solar panels at the same scrap value? Because I would imagine windmills or solar panels pretty easy. Unbolt them, rip the electrical out, which is all sold for copper scrap. Yank the pilings out of the ground, should be pretty quick, convenient because they're not concreted. I would imagine windmills would be a hell of a lot bigger pain in the butt to take down and or sell for scrap. So I still have an issue with a 20% scrap on either of them, but especially windmills. I would prefer that number be smaller and or, like Commissioner Anderson said, none.
So how do you balance, though, the example you gave of the Hood River Bridge, which is 100 years old? How would they have known to put $50 million aside 100 years ago to decommit? I mean, I guess that, okay, I have a question first. So their current decommissioning plan uses an expected life expectancy of 20 years, is that it? And so the company, which I have a couple questions on that, because they provide what they think it will cost to decommission. We need some way to try to ground truth that, because, you know, we're working off of their numbers that they're giving us, which is a little scary, because they understand they're going to try to downplay the cost because they have to put the bond up to cover that. And so we need some way to kind of independently check that. Does that seem like a reasonable? And I get if you're going out anything beyond 20 years, you are literally guessing. You have no way of knowing what that cost is going to be. And so I think we should mandatorily we should be checking those numbers every 5 years and making those adjustments as far as, because who knows, maybe there will be new technology that our concerns actually, it goes the other way. I don't think it, but it's possible that it is, and there should be. But I do worry that if otherwise we're we're gonna have to make, because I do think we need security to cover the cost, the full costs of decommissioning. And again, this is in a worst case scenario, that if, you know, because I'm assuming, I don't foresee unless, because again, we did the same thing with wind turbines. I don't think wind turbines, we're in year 13, 14 on projects. They're not gonna start yanking windmills out in the next 5 or 6 years. They're not going to. And so I think that lifespan is a questionable thing as far as, but we have to have some planning window to plan for. So we plan for 20 years, that's the lifespan. We try to get an educated guess as to what the reasonable cost of removal is 20 years from now, factoring in all the inflation and what we think it is. And then they have to put up a bond. I'm open to let's have some discussion about the, scrap value. Should there be any? I will say back in 2008, there was a huge, like the industry had a lot of figures that were like, it's 100%. Like we'll be able to get, that was before the whole discussion about, we obviously didn't buy it because it's 35, but they were starting from 100 and we were trying to balance out what we thought. And there was some reasonable assumptions given the price of what steel was as far as in the tower and the components as far as reusing some of the stuff in the nacelles and stuff. I don't think we gave them any value for blades. But we were like, okay, we can live with 35%. And again, I think as we have experienced that number, we obviously are uncomfortable with it because in the draft it's been moved to 20, and whether or not we need to move it to 0 or not, I don't know.
Well, to me, it depends on what you're putting your decommissioning at. Why is it being decommissioned? Because it's 30 years old? Or because there was a hailstorm that moved through with softball-sized hail?
Right.
That destroyed every single panel in the whole farm. There's no scrap value of a solar panel after that.
Right.
So if you're
So,
planning
but do
for
you
the
plan,
worst,
because we don't know, if
that's
you're
the
planning for the
thing.
worst, then
Then
you don't
there's
know.
none.
In the likelihood that it's
But-
gonna get hit with a hailstorm, we don't know.
Right.
And so do we
It's a-
just plan that
Right, but see,
every
that's-
single project's gonna get hit with a
To
hailstorm?
me, you either plan for the worst, and that would be no scrap value at all, or you plan for what's probably the reality, which is they're just old, or this company's closing down and they're gonna pack them all up, they're gonna put them on a barge and they're gonna send them to India for
Right.
30 cents on the dollar. And if you do that, odds are they didn't even need a bond, because you're still gonna have more money in
Right.
selling those panels than you're ever gonna have in pulling the damn tubes out of the ground. So it depends on if you're planning for worst case scenario or best case, and I'm sure the solar company has given us best case, shouldn't be a scrap. And we're gonna have to judge whether we wanna make our plan based off best case or worst case, or somewhere in the middle.
I don't think we can set the value. I think that the best thing to do would be, as part of the process, to permit these projects. When we go through an EIS or, through our SEPA analysis, when we do these, the easiest thing to do would be we hire, geologists and geomorphologists, and, we hire experts to do all sorts of things. And we require those people applying for permits to pay for all that. One of those things to pay for that I think would make the most amount of sense is a third-party appraiser estimator on the cost for decommissioning. And that person or that group then, every 5 years would update that cost, or somebody would update that cost of what that cost would be in a worst-case scenario to decommission if that company were to no longer be there. And that should be just part of the process for permitting these projects.
And I would agree that they should be paying for their own special outside expert. I don't want to trust their opinion. I want them to hire an outside person that gives us the data. The question comes to, again, do you want to allow scrap value? And if so, up to what percent?
Well, so it also comes down, this has come up a long time, many times. Should it be us who hires the outside expert and then we get reimbursed from them in that process? Or should we trust them on what they say the cost is of the person they've hired? One will get you two different numbers. I promise you every estimator can give you two different numbers.
Well, the same company, depending on who they're hired to buy, is gonna give you two separate numbers.
Right?
I guess my point is, there's no way to be 100% covered, because you don't know what's coming 5 years from now. And I guess I'd say it's just like the road haul agreement we're finding out. It doesn't take long to say, whoops, missed that one. We'll have to fix it on the next one. So
You're also seeing in the road haul agreement that these companies want to do. You can point out and say, look, you're having damage to this road. And they're like, well, it's not part of the road haul agreement. We're not going to pay for it.
well, that's what I'm saying.
Rather than
So
being the good
I
neighbor
would
and being
to
like,
make
eh.
the contract. I guess I would also look at it this way. If you made a contract and you worded it however you wanted to word it, and you said 20% scrap value, and you had another contract sitting right next to it that said 0% scrap value, is that solar farm and or that windmill facility gonna go, nope, not gonna build there because you don't have scrap value in your contract? I would venture to say that the amount of money that they put into the retainage bond is chump change compared to the value they're spending on the facility. That lowering the scrap value is not going to be the deal breaker that sends them off to Yakima County or Benton County or anywhere else that currently has a solar moratorium. So I'm not terribly worried.
No, I mean, if you're moving it from 35% to 0, then you are increasing their cost by 35% of the decommissioning, because they're getting a credit, whatever that number is. If it's $10 million, they're saying you only have to bond for for 35% less of that, because the salvage is going to cover that other piece of it. And so it will cost. I'm not arguing that that's good or bad. I'm just saying there is an additional, and if that's, then who cares? I mean, as far as if that's.
I can justify scrap value, or at least some scrap value under best case scenario with solar panels. I can't get to 20% with windmills. I don't know where they're getting the 20% other than maybe the scrap out of the metal, but by the time you dig the concrete up, you pay for all the trucks to go to the dump with the windmills. How much are they going to get charged to go to a dump somewhere in Virginia or wherever's taking windmill blades? And then you're hauling all the concrete. Yeah. Are you getting enough out of the steel to pay for those? I just can't justify 20% on a windmill. Solar panels, I can get there. But having them both have the same decommissioning, and we may never see another wind project in this county, but I don't want to look past it because at this point, I can't see 20% for a wind project.
My problem is these companies are, with the new Investment Act, they're going to get a 30% bonus, tax credit. And if they produce it in America, they get another 20%. They're going to have 50% tax credits. And they want to come here and they want to come to Klickitat County. On top of that, they also don't pay any sales tax to us pretty much if they hire, and follow their rules that we continue to make easier and easier. So on top of that, they're not paying any sales tax. And assuming any liability to the county for ever having to clean it up or to mitigate that doesn't make any sense to me. When, we're literally giving these companies billions and billions of dollars of tax breaks.
Well, let's clarify, we are not giving them anything.
But we as a country.
I know, but we have listeners that will be like, why are you giving them tax breaks? Why are you giving them sales tax breaks? It's like, we are not giving them anything.
May I?
Yes.
So even though we have 20% salvage value that we can use towards the total decommissioning plan, if we remove this entirely, doesn't mean they cannot sell their salvage equipment somewhere else. So what would increase the cost at the very beginning is what forms of financial security they choose. And you just make the bond more expensive because they need to account for the total cost, and it's not going to be the true cost. A lot of other jurisdiction, I look at a lot of those. I can tell you which one. I look at a lot of those. Some do not allow any salvage value accounted for the decommissioning plan as the forms of financial security. However, nothing in our code would prohibit the developer to do whatever they need to do to recoup those costs.
So I guess that you could make an argument that if we didn't allow it in our decommissioning plan, when they're going out to get their bond, assuming most of them are going to get a bond, they're not going to put cash up front. They're going to go to somebody else. They could make the case to whoever they're getting the bond from that they may get a discount on the bond because they're like, well, we're not getting any credit. That doesn't mean the salvage doesn't exist. That they would have to make that case to whoever was bonding them.
Just not with the county.
Just not with the county. So, yeah, okay, it kind of puts it on them then.
That makes me feel better.
I mean, the goal is if you run the project for 30 years, then you're going to repower the project and you're going to pay or hopefully recoup your scrap value when you take those out and then you put those solar panels in India or somewhere else. And then you're going to repower it and we'll continue to get, continue. But at some point, maybe technology changes and we don't need solar power anymore.
Or the bridge is too skinny. It's got to be replaced.
Well, that's where you blow up the bridge, you sink the bridge becomes fish habitat.
Anyways, I still think that, that when they go out and they get the bond is for in essence, if they fall apart, if their business model falls apart, that's what the bond is. The bond is to protect the county. And the landowner, in essence. And if I was the landowner and somebody wanted to put a bunch of stuff on my property, of course I would ask for financial security for it to be removed at the end. That's going to cover the cost to do it. Or I'm going to accept the risk that I might get stuck with some of it. But we're not receiving the benefit of it as the county. We are looking out for all the taxpayers of the county, saying that we don't want to get stuck with the cost of it. And I don't know what their bonds cost, but I would hope that it's not too awfully onerous.
Well, based on 2008 and those discussions, they claimed it was a lot. So I don't know. Because I mean, if you're the bonder, I mean, it must be a lot if it is, we're all talking about risk and liability, so are the bonding people. I mean, they're going through the same process.
The solar company's getting the project paid for half by taxpayer dollars, so they're gonna be getting they're getting heavily subsidized. They gotta pay a little bond over here. It doesn't break my heart. So yeah, with that, I think there's a consensus, but I will ask again that there's 0 in there for scrap value. Is that where we set?
I mean,
or is there still discussion on that?
The part that scares me is like, none of these would be being built if it weren't for the subsidies.
No.
That tells you right there that it's not financially viable unless, and so at some point.
I don't know. We have a whole bunch of projects here that the very same statement was made 13 years ago, and they're still operating and they're still making money for their, the companies that built them, and nobody's walked away from them, and they're not a bunch of derelict windmills. And because again, a lot of these arguments were exactly the same thing, that within 5 years that we were going to be nothing, we were going to see a sea of busted up, broken things, that everybody went bankrupt and walked away, and we were going to get stuck with it all. And that was 13 years ago, and I don't see it. And so the same argument, I don't know. I mean, solar's different than wind. I get that. But
we've also have not seen the end of the lifespan of any solar, of any projects. We see
No.
people voluntarily repowering, and you're gonna see more repowering.
Right, and but that is what they do, as far as we've already seen, we have had wind projects that are only 10 years old, 12 years old, that have repowered. So they're, obviously, the financial model works that
Once
they
they're in,
can.
it makes sense for them to repower.
I mean, and they've gone and they've
versus
taken the
letting
blades off and changed the nacelles, they've done all this stuff, and the financial model works, at least to the, and again, this is from everybody saying, the economics don't work, the whole thing's gonna go bankrupt, and we're gonna be looking at a bunch of, and I was, skeptical as far as, so.
Solinda's the solar company.
I'm well aware of the solar company that went
So.
bankrupt.
So I don't know. I think we need to be protected, and that's the whole idea, is that we need to have a reasonable assumption of what it's gonna cost to have to pull things out, even though, again, these bonders they're gonna have to go through that analysis for themselves as to what their risk is for what money they want up front to bond that, whatever it is. And that's up to them to figure that out. It's not up to us. And as far as on the scrap value, yeah, I mean, I can get to, if we just don't want to, it just, because it doesn't mean there isn't any scrap value. It's just like they can argue with somebody else about it as far as to bring their bond rate if they feel like it's not. And I would suspect the industry will settle that as far as the bonding folks, as far as what the value of that is, because that would be part of their discussion. So I'm fine. I can get to the no scrap on this. It's because that always was the contentious piece, was that, and that was questionable, and then also the guarantee, which we've eliminated, which was always a little like,
How many chose the guarantee?
there was, because some of them were public.
I want to say at least 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, those to me were the contentious, those two, and
Right.
Wait 7 years to put up your money.
Right.
Which,
Although the argument
if you
is
just
that.
spend $150 million and
Right.
walk away, please do.
Yeah, it's like that,
Because
and that was the
county's gonna use
argument,
150,
but.
And then we're gonna go into the power business.
But again, if you're bonding it, they'll build that into it too, where they're thinking, we have zero risk for the first 5 to 7 years. And so that's gonna be
But those are the
factored.
Minus the
They'll,
hailstorm.
minus the, right, and there's risk. Minus whoever their insurance carrier is.
So how do we go about this now? I think you have adequate direction. Do you rewrite and we have a new public hearing, or do you just rewrite and we voted and?
What we would do is we will leave the public comment open. We will direct staff to make revisions, and we will continue the public hearing with another
Draft.
public comment period
For the draft,
with the new draft.
because it's significantly different.
Would you like me to present the draft to you to make sure this is consistent with today's discussion before we?
Yeah, I would say
Yeah.
yes. Sometimes translation is not,
Do you have enough
for us.
clarification on, do you have any questions for us on clarification?
No?
Were we clear enough? Okay. Sometimes we talk a lot.
We
and
don't say
really
anything.
Give direction very well.
Thank you for
So I
asking.
want to make sure
Yeah.
you have the right
There's
direction.
gonna be a new draft, and do we just return it to the planning director rather than continuing to leave the public comment hearing open? What would you prefer? You're the one who has to put it in the paper.
I just want to clarify with the new draft statement, because I am not seeing the significant changes to a
Okay,
lot of
okay.
those provisions.
That's true, we're just really eliminating things, really. If you're taking scrap out,
Right, and to tighten up, the 3 feet
right.
about pilings.
Okay,
I would leave your comment period open for written comments until the end of the week. And then you're going to continue your public hearing. And this is a suggestion, you're the board, you guys do what you want.
I wouldn't.
Leave written and vocal both open until after the public has had a chance to read and digest the new draft.
Okay, so on my public hearing legislative, it is allowed. So I think the best thing to do would be that we will direct the planning director to make the changes based on the discussion today. Public comment will be left open, and we will have a further opportunity for public comment next Tuesday, if that's okay with you.
Of course.
Next Tuesday as well. And those who have commented are welcome to comment again on the changes on the new draft.
Okay.
Would that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with the planning director. This actually isn't significantly changed. It's
From
we're
what I
going
gather.
down. I mean,
See,
we're
we're
doing
not adding
less.
things, we're
We're
removing things.
removing things, so.
So I will have a draft and it likely will be in your Thursday packet, and just keep in mind, this is a second draft. If I misunderstand you in any way, I'll just make another revision after that.
Just a clarification too, to the comment, we had one of our commenters said that by amending this, we're actually opening the EOZ for revision.
I do not see it that way. This is a resolution that was adopted in 2008.
Right, which
It
was
wa-
after the EOZ
It was not
adopted,
a
so.
part of the zoning ordinance at all. The EOZ is a provision in our zoning ordinance. And so I do not believe we are opening up for the zoning ordinance. It is related to energy projects in our county. However, this is a guidance document for decommissioning plan. So people are welcome to
Well,
comment.
this decommissioning plan would be used if it was not like if I was permitting one outside of the EOZ, we would still, this would still be the guidance document.
That's the intent, that why we want to clarify this is for both wind and solar projects.
Okay, I concur with you incidentally.
Thank you.
so.
Oh, that's exactly what I was gonna say. Whether you're inside the EOZ or outside the EOZ, this is a document the same. I don't see why it would open, and I don't see why there would be a SEPA required to amend this. I mean, what we're doing is we're asking for security. This is non-project specific. Okay?
Okay, so you need a motion, Mr. Chair, I
Yep,
believe.
that would be
Mr.
great.
Motion, I would make
Mr.
a,
Motion.
Mr. Motion, Mr. Chair, I would make a motion to continue this hearing to next Tuesday at 1:30. Leaving the public comment period open, both oral and written.
Maybe go at 2:30 possibly.
2:30, I was just, public hearing is at 1:30, or if that's our standard time.
Yes.
I amend my motion to 2:30 next Tuesday.
Well, then I would second both the motion and the amendment.
Oh my God, you're just making it difficult for to write all this
We gotta
down.
vote on the amendment first if you wanna get it particulars.
Are there, is
Aye,
there,
aye.
is there any further discussion?
No.
I would say thank you, Mochi, for working on this. I would also say thank you to the public who commented. This is exactly the way it is supposed to work.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
And I would also say that the public, thank you for being calm and addressing your grievances with the plan in a calm and rational way. It actually helped. Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Okay. Next up, we are moving into new business to consider the acceptance of the Landfill Gas Improvement Fund Committee's decision and recommendation to approve the formalization of a commitment by the county to provide funding assistance of $140,000 to make improvements to the Glenwood Water System corrosion control system as required by the Department of Health, and to locate any possible leaks in the system. And this is to be included in the 2022 budget year. Has everyone had a chance to look at the document that was?
Yep. Did we have an answer on what is being funded at 100% and what is not being funded at 100%? What was the final answer from the PUD on how much they were going to allow to be spent on Dallasport?
On Dallasport, $250,000. I would entertain a motion.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, we have before us landfill gas improvement funding assistance agreement between Klickitat County and Public Utility District Number 1. This is for the use of landfill gas dollars in the amount of $140,000 towards the Glenwood, let me get the right words, Glenwood Water System Corrosion Control System. My motion is to approve the agreement.
Is there a second?
I'm gonna suck it up in second, but I'm gonna make a comment when it comes time for comment.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion.
Personally,
cheap.
hope they're listening. They may disagree with me, but I think it's unfortunate, that's my politically correct word, that we can fully fund the projects in 4 communities, but we can only halfway fund the project in the communities that isn't theirs. And I find it unfortunate that the 4 communities don't have to see a higher higher water bill to fund their projects, where the poor Dallasport community is now going to see a higher water bill to help fund theirs, when it should have been shared. So that's about all I'll say without getting written up in the newspaper.
Well, then for discussion, I would state that of their 4 projects, they are not fully funded. Even this one, the first one that we have before us, is something that the cost exceeded what they were asking for. And I would also mention that the water and wastewater rates in these communities are already higher than what Dallasport currently pays. And that was the points that they were making. They were logical. All those in favor? That's fine. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. You have to second it. I would have done.
I know. So you guys had made the vote a month ago before it.
All right, Casey, do you have something for us? I don't. Jen? Well, there's a whole bunch of people in here, so.
They're my backup.
Uh-oh.
Sounds expensive.
You guys are expensive.
Yes.
I have 2 things. So in order for Pam to get the data dump for the state auditor, there has to be a system close and roll. There are some JVs out there that are administrative JVs to correct prior years going back to 2020, 2021. There are 4 of them that exceed budget level. The auditor's office and our CPA firm are comfortable with being able to explain to the SAO the reasoning behind this, because they are technical adjustments. So I'm requesting approval to lift the budget checker.
I mean, yes, we've done it before.
Okay. The second one, I thought I heard earlier today that there was an approval for a mental health department creation starting January 1. Is that correct?
Well, it's approval for them to continuing in that fashion.
We don't have an agreement signed.
Nor do I have a
Correct.
contract from the state that says they're paying for it, so.
Correct. So that's why I'm here. So I have to have preliminary budgets published tomorrow morning. And in order to do anything between January and June of next year, I need a budget built tonight. And I can't without resolutions drafted and approved and signed to create a fund, to create a department. I also need, $4 million startup cost, if that's the total amount, to be able to budget in there. I can't have certain bars numbers set up without contracts. So I'm not really sure how I'm gonna be able to build that budget to start January 1. I do not see it feasible.
I don't, yeah, I don't. see it.
So, unless we didn't hear you correctly, so the direction we walked out with was January 1, be ready to set it up for 21 employees. The department, the staffing.
You just keep adding more employees.
Oh, that's the number.
It was 7.5 when we started this morning,
So if we have to be set up, and the potential exists that we have 1 to 20 some employees on the payroll in January, before you need a budget to cover, some would call the best case, some would call it the worst case. Plus, how do we get reimbursed from Beacon? Is it upfront? I mean, we went through the contract over the lunch hour trying to figure out how you have to seed it. You have to give a month payroll. It was $300,000 a month roughly for the first year.
And the current contract for, at quick glance, Beacon had said $600,000 of 4 months worth of startup cost. That wasn't both programs, it appeared to me. We would still have to have the money there waiting on reimbursements, is my understanding. Additionally, there's going to be work outside of Beacon, also my understanding, that would be Medicaid billed. So that wouldn't be an immediate return with revenue after that billing. I mean, current cycle is about approximately a year return. So there's going to have to be county funds there. On top of it all, the administrative piece to the finance, I would advise that it runs through the finance committee on how to set that up in the system.
So if we're gonna be starting in November, we're gonna need a supplemental this year in order to create the program and hire the people and everything anyways, right?
I have to, just a reminder that we cannot expense before supplementals are approved either. So that's why I said June here, because the first supplemental of the year would be May. The hearing would be May and approved in May. So looking at this realistically, from the administration side of things, I just don't see this being possible to be set up until, and fully, and functioning until June, on the administration side of it, on outside of the mental health part of it.
So, I mean, it's a budget, and budget just allows you to expend dollars.
Correct.
Can you not make a placeholder that says mental health department and put, this is the maximum amount of money budgeted for this in the expenses, and then have the revenues, and be pretty bland in general about it, and have the revenues match that?
I don't have a fund or a department to put that in. And I can't have one until I have a resolution.
You can't put that as a placeholder as a new fund for the document?
One, we don't have any new fund numbers available. Is my understanding from the auditor's office, so that is being looked into now. We have a fund that potentially might be able to be repurposed, but has to be double checked whether that could be done as well. So I don't have a place to put this at yet.
One
And
issue with that fund currently is there's disability funds in there that have to be segregated or moved. They cannot be spent for mental health, we believe.
and we have to determine if they originated from disabilities as well, or if they originated from landfill. If they originated from landfill, then we're fine. But
So my question is how can you not have any fund numbers available? You can't just go in the program and create a new fund?
Pam is online. Pam, can you answer that question?
Fund number 999.
666?
I think we're max. I believe that there are certain.
Numbers mean certain things.
Pam, are you online?
I'm trying.
Okay, we can hear you.
Oh, there is funds available, it looks like, because they would be in the 100 funds, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, there's quite a few funds that would be available.
Okay, good. I was told otherwise.
So Pam, can by the end of today, can we put a placeholder fund number that we can use for building a budget?
I believe we can't do that without a resolution.
Right. Need a resolution before we can actually create a fund. And then we need to know for the setting up the bars numbers, we can't just go pie in the sky. We need to have like the contract. Is it gonna be a federal grant? Is it a state grant? Is it a pass-through? What is it for revenue? I mean, we can set up expense numbers, but the revenue side, you know.
I can't
we're
just set up the
We're
expense
just
side of the
looking
budget.
for trouble is what we're looking for.
But this is for the budget, the preliminary budget that gets posted. And we can still make changes.
We can
We
make
can't go up, but we can go down.
Mhm.
So can we get a fund assigned and get, under revenues, Beacon contract 0001 ? And slap $4 million in there, and then on the expenses, slap $4 million of expenses
I
between
don't know
wages
how
and
they
benefits.
come up with all the bars numbers to do that in the short
In
time
2
they do
hours?
it. It's still,
And-
go home tonight.
And I've been trained that we cannot just assign a fund number without a resolution and adopt it.
Is there, I hate to even suggest it, is there a prohibition on, why can't this be a general fund department? Is there anything that prohibits it just being housed in the general fund? I don't
know.
I don't know.
This all came down today,
I
and
know.
I heard at the end of $4 million and a new department, and I was like, what just happened? So I don't know the details to that.
And I was at licensing and overheard her conversation with
Right.
Miller. And there's no way in 2 hours.
I never thought, actually, I didn't think of the budget. Like, it's
I
like,
never
oh yeah,
thought
we're
of
on
that
those
either.
deadlines, as far as the deadlines.
You gotta
as
tell
far-
everybody 4 months in advance.
In
that they're doing
advance,
it.
right.
I don't know how it.
So what's the solution?
Possible.
June,
So we can't run a department until June?
that would be
Because-
my solution.
So we can't create a department for 9 months.
You can create
I
it,
could
you
create
just
it
can't
and I could
spend
have
any
it, all.
money.
you just can't spend any money. And realistically, will you? I mean, you still don't have the Health Department of Health permitting. That's still out there. The state hasn't approved it yet. So, I mean, I don't think that that's unrealistic.
I think that if we let our own policies and procedures get in the way of providing mental health for 6 months, where we've been jumping through hoops at the last minute on the last day in order to provide this when we have no other options.
Or I think it's state policies and procedures. It's
But,
the state
I mean,
auditors.
the state, we. So what happens, for example, when we find out, we put this out to the public tomorrow, and then we find out in 3 weeks that somebody's budget has to go up, starting January 1. There's a way to do that, is there not? You have to-
Supplemental, and they cannot expend it until after the first supplemental is approved in May.
But generally, there's, I mean, in that
They
case,
have
if there's
some-
already a budget, it's just, because we budget for the whole year, that's why
They-
the first supplemental, because there's dollars there.
There's dollars there that they can
It's just like, it's
use.
got to be fixed before they run out of money, but we're starting on January 1st with zero.
Mhm.
Your first supplement is March or April?
It's
I-
May.
I
It's the
think,
hearing
because I'm
approval.
not too interested in trying to step up a budget in 2 hours and or get the mistakes or the audit findings that creates.
Right.
So I think at this point, we are stuck until June, and at this point, I think we are stuck with looking for the brother of comprehensive out there in the world that's willing to take this on for 6 months until we can.
I commend you for the decision. I'm just trying to be realistic on the administration side.
Can we push back our budget until we can, write the resolution to create a new fund that we can add dollars in here? I know you don't want to. I know
Yeah, but
nobody
how do
wants
you
to.
make all the bars numbers and everything else magically appear in no time? And
I
that's
mean,
an entire different department.
It's
over
already
there.
advertised. I don't know if I have to advertise that it's canceled. I would have to research and then re-advertise, so now we're a whole month out. And we are supposed to open the hearing by statute on Tuesday of, the first Tuesday of October.
Right, so you have to go from that day and back up, and that's how we end up
now.
with the date is now.
Why I have to have it published by
So at
tomorrow.
this point, what's our target date for them to adopt the budget or approve the budget?
November.
So push it out a month, be backdated December.
But I have
I
to
know,
have, but the
we're statutorily,
preliminary,
we're supposed to advertise for the budget by
and
October
open
2nd.
the hearing.
And open the hearing.
By October 5th, I believe. I don't know how to get around that
Said
at
my
this
advice
late in the
is
game.
We don't. My advice is we can't. My advice is we don't step it up until June is the plan. And we need to
We have to find to
somebody
provide
out
services until
that's willing
June.
to, otherwise there's nothing I can do about it. It ain't my damn fault. It's comprehensive fault for leaving everybody holding the bag. So I'm not getting in trouble legally for playing around with numbers and bar numbers and funds on 2 hours notice and.
The other thing is, if I may.
Can you,
is-
I'm
Yeah, you
sorry,
can come on
so people
forward.
can hear you.
They'll freak out.
Just clear my throat.
The other thing is, it doesn't, we have no time to research where the revenues come from to see if these are restricted revenues, which would predicate whether it's gotta be its own fund, to Dave's point.
Right.
You know, there's, you know,
They said if we rush it, we're gonna mess it up.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna
But
get
we
a
can-
finding, and that's not what I want.
But this is the preliminary budget. We can change the preliminary budget when we have the contract in place and we know what it's going to be. We have another week's worth
we-
of negotiation.
We don't have the contract in place.
I said, we'll have, when we have a contract in place or getting close, then we can set up the bars, numbers and everything else. But for your preliminary budget, and you can make changes to it down, put in bars number, question mark, to be filled in later.
I can't put question marks in the system. And I have to run those reports have to be system reports that get published.
we do a temporary and non-departmental like we've done before.
That's what I was-
like we did the COVID dollars.
That's what I was wondering, do we have a way, if we were gonna contract for services in that January to June period?
I could, but where's the revenue coming from?
Right.
I mean, it's coming from from Beacon.
But I don't have that contract.
And like
to
the auditor
create
says,
that.
we don't know if those are restricted funds
Right.
and they're.
We have no idea.
Well,
Not
I
right at
can't-
this point, we don't.
I know it's frustrating for you too. We're not trying to
Yeah.
push back, and we're just trying to figure out how to do it by our rules and the state's rules appropriately. That's all we're trying to figure out, not whether we should do. You've already told us to do it. We're just trying to figure out how to do it. Jen's kind of in a tight spot, so she's just giving you her professional.
Again, I think we're opening ourselves up for a can of worms to try to push it through on the time frame. And I'm not interested in that.
I think this is a budget. I think budgets change all the time. I think that, I understand you need to put something in there for bars numbers.
Then you can't do that. The bars numbers have to come from the office.
We generate the bars numbers.
And how
where
long
we
does
get-
it take to generate bars numbers?
Doesn't take long, but you have to know where the money's coming from before you can set it up. It's all gotta be according to the bars manual.
The reason we were able to set up an arbitrary placeholder number for the ARPA funds is because we knew it was direct federal funding. So that was
So it was
part
put
of the
in the
bars
right-
number. I mean, there's statutory requirements
Right.
to how the bars number is set up.
So we can't put if you lose a contract and you gain a contract, or say the state decides to change their mind and they're gonna use federal funds here rather than state dollars, like they tend to do sometimes, you can change the bars number, right?
we could add an additional one in there for that department or fund. But at this point, we don't know if those funds are restricted. So if they're restricted, they need to be in their own fund.
And we can create our own fund. We can do that.
By resolution.
Oh, I mean, can we make a resolution right now to create the fund
No.
Not without noticing it.
for the notice on the resolution?
Yeah, you cannot take action without notice. The public has to know
And you have to have some kind of documentation.
to show them.
So it gets published tomorrow,
Mhm.
according to statute.
Yes.
We can also put in the paper for next month for the same thing, to rehear, because if the numbers go up, that need to go up starting of the year, you
And we
could
have
do
to
that.
republish.
We can republish and we can have another hearing.
So
So
3 weeks. So the end of April or the end of October would be the turnaround time for that.
That gives us time to find out where the dollars are coming from. That gives us time to write the resolution.
Right.
That pushes us
It
into
doesn't give
December.
us the time to do anything. It has them. the
I'm pointing
time
that
to
way.
do everything.
Us being the
Which
county.
they're already doing.
So I'm not writing a resolution.
Mouse in his pocket.
No,
of
but
the
you could, because the statutory time as far as that is we have to publish and have the hearing. If we want to renotice, we could do another one because there is time, like our goal is to be done in November. We're not required because we have until December 31st. So we do have time. I mean, my thing would be publish what we're set to go and we go forward and then we try to work that stuff out. And then if we can renotice, if we think we're gonna have something and we still have time to make the changes before and meet our requirements and still get adopted before December 31st. But I don't support you just create, well, you can't tonight before you go home and we can't do that. But we've got, like I said, the 3 weeks.
And contracts still have to be negotiated.
Right.
They still have to be PA approved. And from what I saw, that was only a Goldendale office, so is there gonna be a White Salmon one as well? And
So those are
will that
all
add into the cost?
And I think if people think that's all gonna get hammered in 3 weeks.
Yeah, I think it's
It's
crazy, but at
unrealistic.
least I'm just holding it out there as far as that we don't have to
But
make
that
a
is the only way it's
decision.
possible.
The only way it's possible is to do that.
And I realize what you're talking about, that 6 months, but I would respectfully remind you that we still are over $1 million out of balance, and Jen has a significant amount of work to do, as
Right.
we all do, including the auditor's office and the treasurer's office, to complete that process.
Clerk Snow,
Yeah, sorry.
Oh,
you had your hand up.
I rethought what I was gonna say. I was trying to find a way to do it before the end of the year, but it's going to help us going into the new year, so.
Right.
Okay, so if been pushing and everything, and we've made agreements with another county, and we've been working towards having our BHA and going out on our own by November, how can we do that this year and hire people and pay people and create these positions?
I'm not sure how you were gonna do that without a supplemental in the first place.
Okay, and can we do a supplemental so that we can do that?
Yes, the supplemental, yes, the next supplemental.
Which is October.
I think so. I don't have the calendar in front of me.
Because we're gonna have to add that into the supplemental if that's our plan. But that would be really weird that if we can add into the supplemental for this year to create an organization, in essence, a smaller one.
Oh, no, I mean, you would have to have it into a current, I mean, unless all of
Right, the current
this,
supplemental would have to go in the
It would
health
have to go to the
department's
health department,
already
not-
set up stuff. You're not creating a new fund. You
Mm-mm.
can't do that right now. it would be at least.
So is that one option then we can do, is we can add it into the health department's budget underneath health department for next year, rather than creating a whole new department?
And the segregated, right?
But I think
Is
you
there a
would
way to do
still
that?
have to.
I would boil down to restricted funds would be my guess.
Yeah,
It's the same
that's kinda
argument
where-
that Brenna's been saying.
In setting up the bars number in the budget, I mean, theoretically, sure, you can post the budget now and then change it in 3 weeks if they manage to get the bars numbers up and running.
I can't answer that question without the state,
I mean,
without
at this point, there
reviewing what
is-
the funds
right,
are
there's-
and what
at
the
this point, there's
requirements are.
nothing, today, there's nothing to change at this point, because there is no way to do it. We don't know. We have, maybe, once we have more information, we may have some other tools,
Correct.
solutions in the interim, and then we know where we're going long-term.
Correct.
But none of those are really relevant today in the next 2 hours. It's like you gotta publish what you got,
Right.
so.
And then you're essentially waiting on a contract before you're doing anything else.
Well, no, you
don't
gotta
know
do a
how we
lot of
do.
things at the same time to prepare for that.
Yeah.
So we can create in essence, a sub-department like environmental health or something that's a restricted fund, because we don't want to commingle these health monies in the general fund. We really don't, because we want to keep good, close track of that.
Well, and I don't know that we can.
Yeah,
We
I don't know
won't
that
know
we
that,
can
we
either.
don't know that we can until
We
we
don't
know
know
exactly
anything.
where they're coming from.
Right, but we can create that under public health in the October supplemental, so that we can hire and everything after November 7th. And then we can put out a new, start advertising again for the budget. We still put this one out tomorrow. Start advertising for 3 weeks out. That gives us the time that we can then incorporate all that into that budget. And it's just another public hearing, right? I mean, there's a lot to it, but it's just in essence.
If this is done and built before November, yes, we can leave the public hearing open and then re-advertise for adjustments, have another public hearing, and then do what we need to do to adopt before December 31st. As far as the timing, I'd have to sit in front of a calendar.
Figure it out. It's potentially, it's doable. But at this point, we have so many unknowns.
Correct.
Okay.
Depends on the bars numbers and stuff too. I mean, I think if you have it as a sub-fund, you could just take that whole revenues and expenses and move it.
It's messy.
It is messy.
I was gonna say, that's
It's
my
messy.
worry is we're
It's
gonna
journal vouchers, it's, yeah.
Which we
Which is
just
not
hear, we
clean.
don't like to do
We
it.
turn
don't.
it back off. Half-ass it to get it set up real fast, and then it's gonna take 5 years to fix.
Yes.
The mess we
Prefer not
created.
to.
Yeah. Okay.
Very leery about restricted funds when I don't know where these funds are coming from.
Well, we'll
The
get you
example
answers
would
to
be,
that.
the example would be, Dave, you would remember the boating fund. There was someone who chose to put that in the general fund, and when I had to go get numbers for state auditor, Danny had everything as receipts in a file drawer for me, because, and then we got in trouble with state auditors because they're restricted funds and it can't be in the general.
Can't be
fund.
mingled into the general fund.
Yep,
What I can offer, the first supplemental of the new year can be moved too.
Right.
That's flexible.
Right, I think that's an
It's
arbitrary.
tentatively always scheduled for the end of the first quarter so that everybody has
For
like,
normal things, not creating an absolutely new business.
yes.
Yeah, dropped the ball on this one 3 weeks ago.
Right hand or left hand?
Jen, you've done a great job getting this budget and ready to go tomorrow. And that's what we have to do. But I think when we have our public hearing, we need to leave it open, right? And then we'll get the information, get figure out, we know it's gonna be a restricted fund.
Well, until we get the contract and look, yeah, we don't know.
And a draft contract is good enough to set it up, correct?
It depends on whether it,
I'm not gonna agree to that right now.
I would imagine it would depend on if it specified where the revenues are coming from.
Yeah, I don't want to say yes because I don't know what I'm saying yes to.
Haven't seen it.
I appreciate you both sitting there and giving me your input. And I hope 3 weeks from now, you're both still sitting there giving me your input at that time.
Are you worried you're gonna have a heart attack?
I'm doing fine.
You worried about them?
I think Jen needed both your left and right hand earlier.
Oh, I can see it.
She's way better than she was.
I can see the steam still there.
I mean, it's either that or we just walk away from mental health. Or, because we can't budget for it and we can't figure it out. And, we've jumped through every hoop we can in order to get to this point, so we're still providing services. I think if we don't get this done, we're gonna probably burn a lot of bridges.
But I don't know that we can't get it done because like we heard, there may be another comprehensive out there or another telehealth or another something that can extend this for 6 months to where we can build a program correctly.
And if we could,
We don't
we
know.
would have, and that would have been our first option, and that's the very, very first thing we would have done. And if you think that there's gonna be any shining knight that's gonna show up to save our bacon at the last moment, well, I got a bridge to sell you. It's falling down.
State has a problem with how we do it. They can fund mental health and build their own state department like they used to have.
I caution that this, just to keep in the back of your mind, that I do not see how this is gonna fully fund itself. We are going to have to fund it on some level, to some degree.
That's how it's being, I haven't seen a contract yet, so, but I haven't approved a contract yet either.
Well, I'm pretty.
Startup cost alone is gonna be required.
And that was built into that document, and we built in a bunch of extra fluff.
Just caution in the back of your mind.
Because I've voted no before. I'm not afraid of it.
Thank you.
I will publish what I have.
That's
all you can do.
That's all you can do.
And
Thank you.
continue being the best financial advisor that we have. You're way better than your peers.
So the safe thing is, for the rest of us,
What are you saying?
She doesn't have any peers. She's the only one.
so then the rest of us.
I was gonna say, do you know what you just said about all them people in this room?
Our employee. They don't work for us. They work for other people.
Sometimes you should
do.
just stop digging.
I think you work for us. So does that one.
Just stop.
So does that one.
You're not my financial analyst.
Stop him while he's behind.
Update for Commissioner Christopher.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, so the rest of us should continue to operate as if we can get this all done by January 1 and continue with the resolutions for a new department, the new positions, the new org chart, all of the things that need, other things that need to happen. We don't want to stop that and then have Jen trying to figure out there's a way to get that fiscal piece done, right? Just want to be clear.
I guess I would say that I'm of the opinion that instead of asking us, yes is my answer, but I don't want to say yes for somebody else that can't do that. So I would suggest that, yeah, you need to take that up with the people in the departments and the electeds that have to do those things and make sure that it can be done. So whether that's finance committee or what, that would be my recommendation.
So my fear right now is that our goal is that this will be its own standalone director level position. But there's a small likelihood that we could get that accomplished by the time that we do for the November 7th opening date. And we may have to put it under health for that time. Now, the question is are we going to leave it under health as a, not a director level position, but, you know, a deputy director of this fund or whatever for next year? Or can we switch it over, you know, on the first of the year, this is going to become its own department?
You're submitting, I think, you approved submitting an org chart to the state as part of the
As
application.
it's
It has
its
the fully
own.
functioning effective January 1st. So all the other pieces, people you're talking about, most are in the room. So getting all the HR stuff done and the fiscal stuff, we can, you know, we'll just proceed and work through the process of getting the org chart, fill up the boxes on it, the job descriptions, the pay grades, all of that stuff. Whether you can have a box filled by November is, yeah, what we'll see.
I think there's some challenges there, and we've talked about maybe using a professional services agreement to cover that November to January might be the fastest and easiest way to manage that. That would just get paid out of our budget. That we from the funds that, you know, we can.
And will that be okay with the, you know, for next year? Because you're going to be switching over from being a part of yours to becoming its own, and you just got to.
I mean, I support it switching out, but it sounds like there's a lot of other things that are passed out of my purview that would maybe not be the best choice. I don't know.
If that's what's approved by the state, then we're just looking for short-term, January 1.
Right.
Providing what fiscal comes up with, then that would start the.
I mean, in essence, we're a vendor, the way they're writing it up, we're a vendor until January, or is it till June, till January?
Until we have a BHA license, so they were assuming that we would get that by January.
Right.
So there's a vendor contract versus a facility contract.
Facilities contract. And so when we get to facilities contract, that's when it would make sense to have it under its own complete umbrella and everything.
There's one not in the room, that'd be Gordy, trying to figure out if they can cohabitate in the public works building until juvenile gets out. I don't know what the timeline is. Setting it up for a January 1 department, if that's possible, with juvenile still located. They're not using the whole building, obviously. I don't know. There is money in the proposed documents for 1,000 to retro the building, which should cover, might cover, I don't know.
Might for a while.
So we'll just keep doing what we can do, and while the fiscal folks are doing what they can do, and hopefully we can converge at the same place.
I will say that the contract with Beacon is gonna have that budget that we looked at this morning, the documents, the positions, those are built into the budget. So until we have an approved, like, this is actually what we're gonna do, these are the staff we're gonna hire, that contract's not final, until that contract's not final, it sounds like maybe they're not comfortable starting, so.
But we can find out where the dollars come from, whether it's state or fed, so we can figure out where the dollars are coming from. It's just what that number is going to be.
I thought I heard them say they weren't comfortable with that. But
Make a
just
phone call.
either way, we need to fast track that conversation and make sure it gets.
Yep.
So I guess from the HR, in case we're looking at it, you know, we'll do what we need to do, and then if it's good to go January, fine. If it's not good to go, at least that part's done already.
Right.
Or whatever it can be.
Yep.
Do as many pieces as we can.
Okay. Any further discussion? Who needs a drink? You got it. I'm glad somebody got the joke.
All right. Are
Okay.
you ready for the consent?
Yes, sir.
Paying the bills and things that we actually know how to do? Not creating a new department.
Building a new business.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the consent agenda items noting that we're pulling number 10 is being pulled at Director King's request,
We're pulling
which
number
is
4.
pulling number 4 at Director King's request, which is the burn ban extension. So we are approving a total of 10 items.
I'll second the motion.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we approve accounts payable warrants in the amount of $303,201.28 for the date ending September 19th, 2022.
Would second the motion.
There's a motion and a second to pay the bills. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Board pending.
Puppy needs his chiropractic appointment.
Give me a second.
Oh, puppy.
Yeah, so for clarification, everybody on the burn ban, it did go extended in zones 1 and 2, which is Bickleton and Goldendale, but did not extend in zone 3 for white salmon. I should have made my motion a little more clear, but.
No, that was just the way it was supposed to be. Any?
I have well, crap, Rob left and I didn't call Rob back in. Mr. Rob, if you hear me, come back.
I don't think he wants to.
I don't think he wants to.
He hasn't probably made it down the hall yet.
How serious is it?
Yeah, go ahead. We're gonna be here for a smidge anyway. Ran the numbers.
On.
Oh, okay.
And based on 2018, their numbers are low based off what they paid. Their first number for 2018 is low by 104,754.
Okay.
Their number in 2019 is low by 54,219. And their number in 2021 is low by 178,906.
That's pretty significant. 21.
How they set it up?
So it's not as far off as their original.
They're getting closer.
Yep.
Dead man walking?
No.
So I'll let you chew
No,
on.
if you come in and there's Visqueen on the floor.
Chew on that. Dead man
Having some
walking
painting
depends on
done.
how long I'm kicking these cords, and these cords are getting tangled up in my feet. However long that lasts, then it might be dead man walking, because eventually I'm gonna rip the cords out of the wall. I can see it coming. So I'm just reminding
At
you.
least you wouldn't have to worry about being on.
Evidex. That's that reminder. And the second thing why I'm asking you to potentially back is I didn't know if the board thought this might be a good time to discuss what we wanted to do with our vacant staff position, or at least have entry-level conversations at such, or when a good time to do that might be, or what have you.
What do you think?
I'm making an assumption that we have lots of staff positions open. Okay, that's what I'm assuming.
Not the collective Rs, but the specific Rs.
Did we change so that hours worked aren't gonna show up anymore?
Yeah, I think you're supposed to put an R in there. There
So
wasn't,
do we need, can we
What
send
are you,
out
a
an
pirate?
email
There's a lot of R's
reminding
going on.
Brenda,
everyone?
Heather sent out an email, but it didn't. Yes,
Okay.
I will follow up with the
So-
auditor's office.
Let everybody know, I'm not gonna sign any more of these if it still has actual hours worked.
I will follow up with the auditor's office. That's their area. Yes, there is the question of replacing the staff position in the commissioner's office. And I know I've talked to, I think most of you individually, I don't think I've talked to Commissioner Sauter and talked to Lee, and of course it's your guys' decision, but we have talked a lot about moving away from only having one person have the keys to any part of the kingdom. And as you know, Lee's job is a critical job and an important job, and is the institutional knowledge of the commissioners and the resolutions, and not having someone working with her in knowing that knowledge all now just resides with Lee, and that's not necessarily fair to her, my opinion. And there's a lot of work to be done in that department, but what that looks like and what you do
Well,
is.
and I would add that we need to get on the ball and decide what we as board are doing with our attorney contract and give clear guidance to staff. We need to get on board with what we're doing with who is going to be delegating what attorneys for court, and give clear guidance to staff. And if that is, our staff is going to be delegating attorneys, we have to look at the court said that was between 10 and 20 hours a week. of workload that you're now putting on one staff member that's doing the job of two. And I'm sure if we are replacing, the sooner we can move about doing that, the more it would help their mental health.
So I had the preliminary discussion with Amanda McKinney because they have an entire department for public defense. And so they have the admin and all that. And so the possibility of maybe contracting with them in order to provide that service, because it's a, they want it to be under a somebody who is an attorney. And so, right. And so my first thought is well, can we work with Yakima and they could do that and look at that for the public defense contracts? And would that possibly be a way to get us in with some of their public defenders as well? So I've had one conversation.
I guess I'd say I'm not opposed to that, but again, we have to be ready. And I don't want this to be like the mental health, that it's the ninth hour of the ninth day and, you're on the 1 yard line and realize you don't have time for another play.
Is there an effective date for what you're talking about? I mean, we're
January 1.
January 1.
January 1.
So if that's the direction we're moving,
But again,
I'm
that's
opposed to that.
that's no different than saying, oh, we're going to hope that somebody comes in and saves the day with mental health, at the last hour. That's not us. I just, our own hospitals don't even want to touch that with a 10-foot pole. Why would anybody else want to?
I'll take the first piece, which is the staffing. As far as I concur, as far as I think it's dangerous to have a single point, it's like a single point of failure where the clerk of the board is like the hub that is all the spokes are attached to. And that's not something that you can even job shadow, like at some point in the far distant future when the current clerk retires or moves to Belize or whatever it is.
Because of all the BOE calls.
Right, because of that stuff that you can't, it takes years to learn that. And that is was always sort of the background behind why there was a clerk and a deputy clerk, was so that there was somebody else learning all that stuff, because it really is on the job training. So I think we definitely need to move forward with replacing that. I think this other conversation about, that just adds more fuel to it. If we end up where we're, that there's we're adding more duties to that job, and that's even more so. As far as the defense contract and the management of that, we need to, I'm very concerned about that we need to have that locked down, because January 1's coming.
Right.
And
And
that has two components. That has the management of the attorneys, and has the other component of the attorneys, which are, we have an offer right now for some.
And I think we heard of the potential liability.
Well, we're not taking that offer. And so we have
But what
two
are we
problems
doing?
about what are we doing?
Offering? Are we setting up a meeting, or are we just sitting here doing nothing?
Right.
We heard
No, I
Sitting
agree.
here doing
I agree.
nothing.
We're doing nothing. That's what we're doing.
And we heard the potential liability of doing nothing.
Yeah, well, that's not an option.
Right.
We keep being presented with
That's why
all
we're having
these,
the
that's not an option.
Not an option.
Problem, mental health. Well, if we can't do this, then there's not going to be any.
So the question was whether we wanted to repost it in the paper at a fixed dollar amount and see who responds.
Right.
Or do we want to have a meeting with the people who did give us an offer and see if we can hammer out a different number in a negotiation sitting here and there, or which direction we want to go from there.
Since we got mad and said, take your offer.
Never responded back to them.
Oh, we didn't?
No.
Oh, I thought we said we're.
No, so we could enter into negotiations if we wanted to. I still think I can't see a negotiation that is gonna start from, because I'm not thrilled with even if it negotiated down to what it's currently at. I think that is,
Well, that's negotiation.
So
But I
you're saying.
I would, I mean, my preference would be that we re-advertise in, and not in the local paper necessarily, but however, see, this is not an area of, right.
So it was a direct email to anybody that was a member, which they're a member of Oregon and Washington.
Okay.
They got it.
Okay, well, who,
It's also
okay.
posted on the site.
Right,
Can
but
we
that
make
we
sure
rework it so it is a
Oregon Bar
number.
Association.
So it's the number as far as what we're comfortable, what we think it should be. And then also in their description of this, these were the number of hours that were worked to provide these services in the last 2 or 3 years. Let them do the math.
I don't think.
we have accurate numbers, really.
We have the numbers that they gave us.
Right, but that's what the judge and.
But I
staff were
call,
saying.
well, then
Then let's have a conversation. We put it out there. We got an offer. I think the best thing we can do, as I hear it, there's only 5 people in the gorge who can do the job. And 2 of them are already doing it. And the other person that can do it is already all the way down in Vancouver, that does it for Skamania County. How they dealt with this setup is picking one of the 2 that we have with regards to how they manage, the cases and all that.
Right.
They got pulled off. They already did that. So I think it'd be a good idea to have a conversation, because in the end, we'll probably end up having to have a conversation with them anyways. And as much as I hate it, I mean.
No, but I'm not buying it. I am not, that if you, because the idea that there's only 5 in the gorge, yeah, there's 5 in the gorge that live here, but if their numbers are anywhere close to being accurate and it's 10 hours a week, I'll drive from Vancouver and do my 10 hours during
And
the
it's
week.
like the
and
judges say
do-
they're doing
Right.
whatever, we're doing court by Zoom. So, you don't necessarily even have to be here that much, because you could speak to your defendants via the jail Zoom, and how much of it do you actually have to drive? Once or twice a month. But do the attorneys in Hood River and the Dalles and Portland and Vancouver,
Right.
do they know that?
Do they know that?
And I would venture to say that they don't.
Moscow County's been doing arraignments via video with Norcor for 15 years.
Well, we're
That's
a
your
little
arraignment.
behind as far as technology goes.
Not your jury, right?
Not the jury, it's just the arraignments and that kind of
Arraignments,
stuff.
right. I mean, we're doing arraignments via now too,
Yeah,
but
Yeah,
that's a
because-
really recent.
Yeah.
Right. And COVID forced it.
Yeah.
But the trials, no, I don't think so, or I don't know. So.
Which we should have saw some savings when we started doing that by arraignments. There's never savings. I think the only thing is we enter into negotiations with the 2, and if that's fruitless, then we post it. I think that's our only option at this point.
Well,
That's how, I mean.
I just think negotiations are, I know what, unless we have other people in the mix, there's nothing to negotiate.
There isn't, right. And
Why would I
that's kind of-
negotiate? It's like I'm the only show in town. You just told me I'm the only show in town.
They got you by the short and curlies.
And this is what you're gonna pay. Or you're gonna find somebody else, and it's, I mean, we can try, but I think we're running out of time.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't mind advertising. Now, if we set it out to advertise again and got nothing,
Then,
does this
yeah.
contract or this offer still stand, or is this offer immediately thrown out the minute we go back and advertise?
I don't know, that'd be
I
a,
think you have to deny the one before, because it's an RFP,
Did we deny it?
before you go
No,
out
I
and
haven't.
advertise.
I thought we denied it when we got it.
see, the question I would have too is that, do we even have to do an RFP, or did we have to do an RFP? Because I think it's like a professional services contract, and I don't know. Right. Once we did, does that, right, would find new blood out there. But-
Well, we did try and we found nothing.
And I have advertised in the Yakima paper before, in the Oregonian before, we've never, ever gotten any response.
Well, that's a PA question, but I suspect you would reject all proposals.
Right.
We didn't?
We did not reject, it did not.
No, we
say
haven't
anything.
responded, I guess.
Okay. I thought we
I'm
did.
ready, but I did not have clear guidance and direction from the board.
Because I would, what was that, quite read? I would warn that, because same idea, that doesn't mean you go back out for a bid, they can come back with something that's 10%
Even higher. I think the best thing to do is enter into negotiations. They use the excuse and example that according to their document, that we raised it 30% for the others, so theirs should go up 33%. And I would say, well, if you look at the hourly rate of you versus them, according to the documents that you sign and under penalty of perjury of how many hours you work, then yours is already 500% theirs. So absolutely not.
The other option is to change the contract to an hourly and hope you don't get,
And suddenly
Billable
now
hours.
it's 60 hours. a
that's
week.
my
Then
point.
you'd better be able to prove it.
It would be that way for 2 years and you'd be signing under penalty of perjury.
Go 1 year, you don't have to go 2.
That might be the option for whatever we do, regardless of what we do, just because we're on a time crunch. It's a 1-year contract and we'll work on this next year and try to get more interest.
So when do you think the earliest we can get them in for, because it's all in executive, would be? You think we could do that?
Last time it was not under executive, I will check with the prosecutor.
I don't know that the prosecutor's gonna let you have it under executive.
Contract negotiations? Isn't that the whole dang purpose of?
Depending.
Well, yeah, there's a 9 million reasons why I would think we could, and we can't.
I think negotiations is typically labor negotiations, labor contracts, but again, that's not my
I
area.
say, union contracts, heck yeah, that's executive.
Clearly the
But
PAs.
open contracts with James Dean Construction on what the road is gonna cost.
But we don't,
no,
we don't
that's
enter
open.
into negotiations. That's a bid amount.
Fully understand that.
Oh, then fine, we'll have it in public and the public can hear about it.
I don't know that they'll show up if you're having it in public.
Well, I mean, you put in a bid, you gotta say why you're worth $600 and something an hour.
I guess my question still stands is, if we continue to leave the offer out there, and great, we got your bid, how come we can't re-advertise to get more bids? We're just extending the life of the RFP or whatever we do.
You could, but yeah, it would have to be under the same, what we were bidding. I guess we
You
could
can't
add that, you couldn't change the, like, we didn't put a number. We just asked, here's the services that we want, what's your bid?
Right.
And they
So now
gave us their bid.
we can go, thank you for your bid, we'll consider that. Here's the services we want, here's the number of hours that they've used in the last couple of years. Here's what they've got paid in the last couple of years. See if we get another offer that goes with the offer that we already have on the table. I don't know that we have to deny the offer on the table while continuing to hunt for more offers, I guess that's what I'm saying.
You wouldn't get, and this might be a question for the P.
But I'm not an expert, I've seen how, what Public Works does their.
Just repost it with saying you're extending the,
Yeah, we would have no problem with reposting if we weren't changing anything. We obviously, if we don't change anything, we're not gonna get anything different. And I don't think we can change it without denying and starting over with another. And then you run the risk of if you get no other offers and then they're not bound to their original offer either. And again, it was just an offer, they're not.
Well, and I would warn that if you're doing it that way, it's just like a public works project. You know, you know, the people that left the room on this building, when you guys accepted the offer on this building, was the guy and his boss, and he was apologized to his boss when he left the room that he left $1 million on the table. In other words, they underbid compared
by
to what
their
everybody else
competitors,
is.
right.
But then you have the same thing that's other bids, that bids came in and there was nobody or one person. Now they know they can jack that bid up a little bit because odds are there's nobody else going to compete with it. And if you don't accept what's out there or try to negotiate it, you might end up with a higher bid.
I'm just saying that what I would do is we sit down and we talk with them. We say, explain to me how your hours versus how much we're paying and how this is fair to the citizens of the county. And if in the end they're like, no, this is what we're going to do, this is it, then we say, okay, well then we're going to put this position out for this much per hour, and this is what we're going to pay. Maybe it's 150% of what the district court makes. But first, I think you have the conversation, and then we go back and then we put it out for, this is how much we'll pay per hour. But, and then if their hours go from 5 to 60, well, then we'd better see exactly why you did that. And we
I don't know
should
that
have.
we have that much control or oversight to see how they did that.
Well, technically,
or compare, you know, you have, wait a minute, you have 60 billable hours with the county per week, but you also have 60 billable hours with your personal private practice. Are you saying you personally work 120 hours? That's not us to audit that.
What is to audit, it's not to audit that, but it is to audit, if we go to an hourly rate and they're submitting their paperwork, they have to justify, what are you billing us for? We
Which
can certainly question that.
I mean, the funny thing is we're sitting here saying like, oh, we think that they'll go to however many hours. But we do that at the district courts already. And people, I mean, they're supposed to be ethical and attorneys and sign.
Like I said, I honestly think that, you know, if the district court's getting 150 an hour, and there's obviously 3 of them over there that can do this job. Because there's 5 total in the county supposedly. I just don't think the 5. Huh? What?
It's $100 per hour.
So if they're willing to work for 100 an hour, I don't think they're willing to sign on to do this contract like this, where if it was hourly and they were making 200 an hour, I think those 3 that are over there are going to sign up for this.
If they can't see this.
If they can, you're going to spur that competition. Because I don't think they're willing to take it on as a yearly contract, but they will take it on as an hourly case-by-case contract. Kind of a scenario, you know what I mean?
All right, well, I mean, I would support getting them in here and having a discussion. I would have a conversation with the PA to see, can it be an executive session? And are they comfortable, will they come in and talk to us on the record? Or are they gonna ask to talk to one so that it's off, where it's not a public meeting? So.
I'm wondering with only one, if you have, get an odd question for me, if you only have one, if you have to accept that proposal, then negotiate, as opposed to, I mean, like when we did other ones and you had multiples, you picked the one and then you started the negotiations with them. You only have one, so, I mean, I don't know if you have to accept their proposal, negotiate, and then decline it later. Yeah, I mean, that's another question for the PA's office, but I make sure we didn't run afoul of process.
Okay.
Well, we gotta do something, because
Do
the
you-
clock is ticking.
Do the 2 of you think you have enough guidance to get us the next step?
Well, we'll just clarify here, so you wanna I'll set up a meeting and have 2 come in, and I'll find out from the PA prior to whether we can go into exec or not.
And whether we have to accept the offer in order to have the negotiation.
Have the discussion.
I don't think so, but
Well,
I'll find out.
Better to ask ahead of time.
Okay, so that's item number 1 of the many items. We started talking about the staff member, but then it got sidetracked again. So what about the staff member?
as much as I want to replace the position right now, we just got our number back that we are still $1.5 million in the hole. And if we're going to ask other people to make reductions in order to manage this budget of $1.5 million in the hole, I think we have to be willing to accept that we're going to have to as well until we find revenues. But
I guess where I'm at is the same story with one person holding all the keys to the castle. I would also say that we should be looking to promote our own, and eventually Lee will decide she's not here anymore, and I would certainly hope by then we have somebody in place to take the reins, or we're going to be in trouble again. I can't in any way, shape, or form recommend going without filling that position. I already think there's too much hourly time on her plate as we go to lunch and you see her typing in her computer, because I don't know that the woman ever goes to lunch. I can't say you're taking on more workload because I've made choices, budget choices. No, I can't. I say we have to fill it. It's just a matter of how.
Full-time, part-time?
I'm a fool.
That wasn't an opinion, it was just a question.
Because I don't know how you find a part-time that you can. Boy, I'm gonna have to be cautious on this one. Originally, I was thinking part. But as we're potentially adding all these new duties to one position, I think there's gonna have to be more handoff of duties than there was in the past. And I'm gonna be relying on our clerk to be handing off duties.
I'm gonna go back and just kind of go back in history. When I came on board, that's what the gal who trained me at work. I kept saying, okay, I need something more. Okay, ready, what's next? I tried to listen to everything that came out of her mouth. How she dealt with directors, how she dealt with her boards, to learn, to see what the processes were. And this is before we really were able to scan and have copies. I would make copies and I had my own little files on how the process worked. And it was fun to take on more duties. And that's my philosophy as well. Trying to pass on the knowledge, even just give little scenarios. This is what happened, just like our longtime commissioners pass on some of that history and knowledge. I've always tried to do that with directors as well as the deputy clerk. You gotta have someone that really is interested and really focuses. That is my philosophy to cross-train.
And we've talked to Lee, and she's in agreement, just timing and other things, to document a lot of this institutional, at least the processes, on the same, we call it the help desk software that Jen has put a lot of her processes in IT. It takes time to do that, even, so Lee's never been opposed to doing that. We just never could get.
Well, and I think we're
right.
gonna end up taking something, some things off her plate too and putting it over there or in there to try to delegate responsibilities so that there's not too much workload on any one person. It's just a matter of, originally I was thinking maybe it could be done part-time. But then as we start adding all these duties, I start going, how? Without getting backlogged. But I also start saying, how do you train for the eventual shift that person's then moving up to be the clerk? How many people are applying for part-time work out there?
We're not getting a lot of people applying for full-time work.
That's my point. So now you're only paying part-time with no benefits, and what's the quality of employee? There's some good ones out there. We have a couple of them.
Part-time do get benefits if they're over 20 hours.
But it's harder to find a quality employee willing to work for part-time and not full-time.
Commissioner Henderson, just to clarify, are you suggesting waiting till you're farther through the budget process to have the discussion? I mean, is that just trying to,
I think we need to know if that 10 to 20 hours a week that the court's doing is gonna come here or not. That'll make a pretty quick decision. I think we need to know where we're at as the budget continues to go on. I mean, I remember back in 2009, you know, if somebody left, there was a hiring freeze. You usually didn't fill a lot of those positions when it was getting tight, right?
But are you gonna do the same thing with the position that's open in the other departments? Like the auditor's office who was just here. We
Precisely.
have not done that yet.
It
So
all-
you would be picking one position to do that to and not the other 4 or 5 that are out there.
How do you plan we're gonna,
If there's a hiring freeze, there needs to be a hiring freeze.
how are we gonna fill a $1.5 million hole?
Well, first off, we have to start telling some of these people no.
So I'm not putting words in your mouth, but I'm here,
Still on the table that can be told no.
so I'm hearing you say, Commissioner Anderson, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're not saying no, you're just saying not yet or not now. Is that correct? Just trying to,
That's what I would say is we need to have some of these really hard conversations and all the doors have to be open and,
I'm a now.
Why now?
well,
Just because I think for one thing, I need to actually believe I think there are certain things that they're just non-negotiable, and that's one of them. Like, I don't think you can, any more than I think there is a hierarchy of positions, and I'm sorry, there is. And there is a hierarchy of priorities that get funded as far as on staff. We still have things, we have a lot of things that are discretionary. We still do. They may not seem to it to people, but there is, like, and there's certain things that have to be funded. They just have to be funded. And we have to figure out a way to do that. I also want to fully understand, we keep talking about these budget deficits, and I get that, but I want to fully understand what we're talking about, because there's a difference between a on paper budget deficit and an actual budget deficit, which is, here's how much money we had, and a year later, we have this much money now. If it's not based on, if we adopt a budget that, again, I keep going back to that, we don't spend every dollar. We never do. And I'm not going to lay people off if a year later, my fund balance actually went up because I'm budgeting, just like we did in 2022. In this year, we budgeted so there was no use of fund balance at all. That's actually, we should, if everything plays the way it's supposed to, our fund balance should have actually should go up at the end of the year. Now, granted, now we had supplementals and we're talking about $500,000. It is, but we adopted a budget that was no use of fund balance. And if there are no supplementals, and we all know we have staff positions open, we have all this stuff, we're not going to spend every one of those dollars, and I'm not going to lay people off if I'm going to grow fund balance. Now, again, I've said before, I am much less comfortable with banking on how much of that unspent, because I think the delta between has gotten much tighter, but it doesn't have to get to zero. To me, I don't consider that. That is, it may be, if you look at our budgets back to since I've been here, there wasn't, I don't think we ever had a year that we did not budget a use of fund balance in the general fund, ever. Yet, when you look back, until the most recent things, we actually were growing our fund balance because, again, we were estimated, as Jen running over here now. And so I really need to understand that before, if it's, God.
And so to me, there's a big difference between a department of 2, you're letting go one, or you're not filling one position, or a department, say, let's call it building upstairs or planning, where one of those receptionist type person left. Now, can we make them do both jobs? Can we have somebody else fill in? They got 7 people in the department. So in a department that has 7, could we take one away and not be the worst thing in the world? And I think the answer is yes.
Right.
But in a department of 2, you just cut the manpower by half, or woman power.
Right.
So that would be like taking the assessor's office and reducing their employees in half. That's a big, there's a difference between an office of 2 and an office of 5 or 7. Yes, Miss Jen?
I just heard budgeting fund balance, so I'm
Oh.
here.
you know.
I thought you were coming in here to what?
No, and I was going to tell you, when I heard the footsteps over
Yeah,
there, we had talked, I know that's one of the things she's analyzing prior to your next meeting, is looking at that fund balance to see, see where
And-
it's at.
And I had asked for direction in email last night as well, so I did look at fund balance for the general fund, and it is sitting at 3.4 budgeted fund balance. Where that ends up, there's always some wiggle room there. 1.25 of that obviously is reserved, we can't touch it. So we're looking at, the difference between those two.
But you are correct, with the more you tighten that down at some point.
It is.
It's
and I- and
uncomfortable,
It
and
is
it was
uncomfortable.
uncomfortable when I.
Right. I mean, again, I acknowledge that. I am less comfortable like I've said before, we always felt like if we got within 5%, that was balanced because of when you look at past history, I don't believe that anymore, but I don't think it's 0. I think it's somewhere between 0 and 5 is because again, you can adjust that. The whole thing doesn't burn down in 1 year. If you budgeted 3, the use of, and it actually turned out to be 4, you went backwards by 1%. You can make an adjustment the next year, but don't plan on, we're gonna have 10% left over and you went down by 7%. Would be really bad. But as I said, I'm not comfortable, but for me, I don't have to get to 0 because I think there's gonna be unspent, but we gotta get close, but it's gonna be hard for me if we are planning on 100% of using we don't budget the use of any fund balance and I'm laying people off. Because my experience tells me we have never spent 100% of our budgeted expenses
But
ever.
we did lay people off.
We did, but that was more of we could have fixed that with landfill revenue that was as much a policy discussion about how much money, we could have been covering all of that all along. We could do it now. We could just reallocate no money to public works. We have all kinds of other discretionary things that we could say instead of 4.9 or 5.2 of landfill into the general fund, we're gonna do 6 now. The budget's fixed. We had to get rid of it somewhere else, that's what we used to do, but we can't now because we only have 9.2 to work with.
And potentially what we'll have to do at this point.
Exactly. That is what we're gonna have to do.
In order to balance a preliminary budget, if we want to budget the landfill at 9.3 like we have for 2022, that's what I'm looking at right now, as well as potential use of fund balance. And ideally, I wouldn't want to budget fund balance at this point in time. Like in a perfect world, it would be like last year, we managed to do it with 0 fund balance because that gives me room to be able to budget fund balance during supplementals. And so if I'm budgeting a good chunk of fund balance right now at this point in the game, then I lose that ability in the supplemental process.
And I'm trying
It
to
come down to, we got $2 million, and that's how we balanced everything, because it was the feds. We burnt through all that, did we not?
Not all of it.
But I
the
mean,
first one.
the first one, we
First,
burnt.
with the exception of $100,000, give or take $10,000 or so.
Okay, and that's how we balanced it, $2 million. And costs don't go down. And so I know the next year I'm gonna need that $2 million,
That's where we're at.
okay? And I think we've shrunk that down as tight as we can get. The only saving grace we have right now is that a lot of these really high dollar positions aren't filled.
Well, I think we still have more to do. And I think this board, before we even call people back, talk budget, needs to decide what people we need to call back to talk budget and what parts of that budget do we agree on need to be removed.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna.
And bring them back. So whether we do that on a Tuesday or a Thursday, we need to be able to go through the budget book as us, having discussions on, are you comfortable with this number or not comfortable? Because there's plenty of things I'm not comfortable with, and I wouldn't say plenty. There's a handful.
I know the email I sent to you was at 6 o'clock last night. But,
Yeah, I've been looking at it.
I have not.
It was at 6 o'clock last night. I apologize. That's when I was able to finally get everything kind of compiled into a visual dashboard, and easier to see things as a whole. I would like to be able to have a workshop, probably the first workshop in October, of just the finance team with you guys and go through that, just what you were saying.
It's the finance steering committee
Oh, yeah.
that they're waiting for me. Just leave the stuff, I'll come back down.
Well, I think
We're not gonna have any more on this.
You're
You're just going alone on this until. we
no,
get
you
closer?
can call them, you can do
So
it.
Commissioner Sauter.
No, I'm serious.
Okay.
So is the verbal to post it
I'm
up step three,
yes.
step three, up to step three?
So give us closer numbers.
And
That's what he's gonna do?
No, he apparently told me to do it.
Oh, shoot.
I think,
That's a weird handoff.
because I know a lot of departments are listening, I think, tell me, and correct me if I'm wrong. The number she sent out last night is, at this point in the process, we still have more process to go
We've got more
through.
process to go.
You know,
We
if
do.
we were a month from now still saying that number, that's different. I mean, there's still.
Well, we are saying that number right now.
Well, there's still, right, there's still some discussions to be had that could bring that number down, that we'll have to bring that number down, so.
Yeah, I personally, I see 400,000 or 500,000 on the table, pretty easy.
But the bucket of one-time monies is
Running
dwindling.
dry.
Dwindling. And that's what we've been able to use so far.
And that's what saved our bacon the last 2 years. And now it's getting tight.
Well, I mean, there was a lot of work that went into that too. I don't want to, yes, it came in and it made the transition smoother and easier. But we've done a lot of work as well on the reductions, finding new avenues, new ways to do things. I mean, just alone to the sum of, what, 2.9, is that the number I sent out last night that we've reduced
Mm-hmm.
on this budget right now? So we are doing a lot of good work too on our own without trying to supplement with one-time funds. So, I mean, we still have 1.25 to figure out, but I don't think it's too far-fetched. I think we can get really close to where we need to be.
Did I see in that email you had 9.6 from landfill?
I don't think.
No,
9.3.
I suggested budgeting at 9.3, just like we did the 2022. I said, should you want to max out at 9.6, which I don't suggest doing.
Oh, is that how it was written?
That,
Okay.
And we talked this morning, we feel pretty strongly that
that's, I would not
it's
recommend
not
that.
realistic.
Honestly, if landfill contract, everything hunky-dory, everything moves along, the railroad gets happy and hires a bunch of engineers, honestly, I think 10.5 is a better number for next year.
What?
But
That's a lot of.
that's a lot of
ifs.
but. And I'm not ready to do that. I would rather do that as a show me and then I'll change it.
By this time next year, we should,
Or a smidge, or I have to have better knowledge and there's too many.
A lot of variables.
Just the amount of new revenues, that we're only really looking at existing, what's past, what's history, there's a whole nother new game involved. And that can make a big change, but until that's a contract, it's speculation.
And I'm not gonna budget on that.
No, wait, but
think
same
anybody's
deal, if it
comfortable
was a contract, you might be able to budget 200. Thinking it's a mill. I think that's a safe estimate.
if you're right, and we all hope you are next year, that might be, something we'll have next year when we're back having the same discussions.
Well, that should help, and then there
Yep.
should be new tax money on the table over here. There should be 700,000 of insurance that we didn't have to spend for GAP. Add those up, it makes next year.
Yeah.
1 year at a time for sure, but there's
Okay.
definitely some
What else
challenges.
on your list? You heard from both of these two, it's a yes, so that's,
And he said step three in the way out, which is the typical up through step 1 through 3 for the posting.
Yeah, how did prosecutors posting get up to 1.5 without prior?
I'm
Maybe
assuming,
we just approved it that way and we're never asked.
no, I'm assuming Casey asked that in the verbal. The 1 through 5 takes approval of the commissioner, so I don't know.
I saw
I
that
didn't
in the
present that.
packet and I'm like, interesting.
I think for that level of position, the professional license
There might have been
position,
an
I
asterisk,
think
I
it's,
don't remember.
Yeah, I think it
Done
makes
and asked
sense.
Before we
Makes sense.
change the numbers?
I would think it's a valid request with that, and how long he's been trying to fill those that offer, so.
Because I thought like by the time you got to 5, you're moving up to the next rung.
Anyway, no, do you have a potential on, no, that's enough for you guys. Thank you very much for all your
Thank
guidance.
you.
Hopefully everybody got all the guidance they needed to move forward and do great things. Mr. Chairman, do you have a recommendation of how you want to close the gap?
If you hit that 416, it would close the gap.
So raise the number from 4 enough to close the gap.
Yep. Because
Because of this number, right, if they go up to 416, then they're well over, because they brought the second number up.
Well,
So,
remember, I like it, the higher the main number is, as your CPI goes up, you get more. The increase on a larger number is more than the increase on a smaller number.
okay,
Okay,
yeah.
what else you got? I got a meeting as well too, coming up.
No, that's, I think, good enough. Everybody left.
All right,
You
I
ready
would
to adjourn?
entertain a motion to adjourn.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adjourn the meeting for today. No workshop scheduled.
I will step down and second the motion. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, everyone, for signing on today.
We're down to 17. They all left.
Yeah, well,
Well, that riveting conversation, which to me is the best part.
yeah. How the mishmash gets made.